to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is not true? It's going to be it this time. I feel it. Where, that's right, we are watching a video from the channel Tomorrow's World called, it sounds like a video game, Why Evolution is Not True, all capitals.
There we go. They just said it. It's not true.
That's right. And so basically, all biologists should just clear out now. But yes, 4 major flaws exposed. So won't you join?
Hey, Dale.
What's up, Dale? What's up, y'all and everyone? Won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth monkeying around? Woo, woo. What is up, everyone out there on the interwebs? I see Dale and KCA and Sinister Porpoise and Mage Grey Wolf and woohoo, sending love to James Wolfe and Binge Thinker. What is up? And God equals the square root of -1. And everybody out there, we are saying hello as we are talking why evolution is not true. Please don't forget to hit that thumbs up out there because it helps the algorithm say, okay, this is decent content. And also subscribe. I think I'm supposed to follow. That was why the gears were turning. But you should subscribe. Subscribe right down there so you can hit that all button and join us here on our lovely, not only premieres, but our live streams so we can say hi to you. But also twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. What is up, everyone, on the Twitchosphere? I'm getting the server. I was looking at servers. I'm gonna buy it. That's my latest news on that. I was actually looking, and I think I'm going to get a 10 to 15 person. Anyway, for the Minecrafts, context. Context is everything, James. In fact, I was teaching context in my data course. Yes, where we're learning about the storytelling of data. And the first thing you have to do when you're setting up how to give data to people, especially on charts, is what the context. What does this graph even say? What are people looking at? Because if people can't figure that out, doesn't matter how good your data is. I'm getting into the weeds, but I can't help it. Premieres, live streams. We're a skeptic channel, including the 2 schmucks you see hosting. Bada bing, bada boom.
Orgies, premieres, live streams, orgies.
That's right, baby. Oh my goodness! The gentleman we talked to just a few days ago seemed to be thinking that's what we were all doing. Very depraved. Everything once again.
Oh, the depravity is at max.
Max. I like to think that I like the word
maximally
abomination.
Depraved.
There's another word I like to say that starts with F, but I'm not sure the TOS would like that word. It does have a nice ring to it, but I like a good abomination as well. Also, sending so much love out there to Sinister. My computer science master's degree, which would be fantastic. But in impromptu debate you, I know that I was letting each gal go head to head at their own time. I was trying to keep quiet, but when I was looking at the actual upload, it made me think: should I have defended video games more? I mean, I have a bachelor's in game design development. My master's thesis is in gamification. And so if I cannot defend
gamification?
Yes, exactly. Well, James, that's basically what they probably, as I'm speaking words, they're probably
Well, aren't the
saying,
video games
"Just
designed to
turning
turn
all the
everybody
kids gay."
gay? Yeah, isn't that what they're
Yes.
designed to do?
I'm fairly sure at this point all video games are designed to turn you gay. That's what I've been told. You open up a Game Pro, they don't make Game Pro anymore. Now I'm starting to date myself, but
I mean, we already heard it. We already heard it, Amy. The Disney executives, they are going to normalize this. They are going to show normal, regular gay people in their movies and shows. And guess what? They will not be derided. They will not be treated as scum of the earth, outcast, subhuman trash.
surprise, surprise.
The way that religion has treated them. So it's obviously a conspiracy.
It is. It's a massive conspiracy to come after your children, even though religion's kind of MO. James, how exactly does religion recruit?
Oh, what's that?
Well, that's right. They start at home. They go after your children.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, you're going to send your kids to Sunday school, to Hebrew school, the madrasa. What do the Muslims have? A madrasa? I don't know. But yeah, you got to get them while they're young, while they're receptive.
And I'm not angry at my mom for sending me for Hebrew school, because if you ask her what the reason was, the direct, almost quote for quote, yeah, honestly, if it was a musical, it would be tradition. But yes, my mom said
parents
because
send their kids to Sunday school because their parents did it.
Exactly. And because she said she was trying to be a good Jew. That's basically, she's like, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. And so I understand, but it's just ironic that the ever-coming fear right now is they're coming for the women and children, because once again, they don't care. Sponsored by not caring for women and children. Religion. Yes, hosting. However, this is a little bit of housekeeping, Sam Harris. He moved a lot of his content. I used to watch so much Sam Harris content, but I think some of his stuff has a paywall now. But you get to listen to you get the first half of it. Another person that there's a lot of people I used to watch content of that have been just slowly falling off. This will sound extremely weird, but I've listened to a bunch of Joe Rogan's podcasts, but he, once again, all over the issue that is me, he's becoming, $100 million. He won't make a budge. He actually put out a podcast that was like, I don't really understand this Dylan Mulvaney thing. I think it just seems like, well, why don't you it just seems like trans stuff. Got a lot of blowback. And within a week or two, he was calling Dylan mentally ill. So he may be very tough. And and he's actually a very, like I said, I hate to, because I understand a lot of these. I understand Richard Dawkins, even though he quite doesn't get. It just seems like this is a very odd hill to be taking people down. The cancel culture is coming for people, James. Apparently.
Is it now?
It doesn't want you to have a frothy Bud Light. Not that I drank Bud Light before. So I can't even pretend. I can't even pretend like I supported that company or I knew who she was. I just have to talk about it now because it gets blasted into my news algorithm over and over. I'm waiting for it to stop. When it stops getting blasted, I guess
something else getting blasted over and over again.
And that's what kills me. There has to be other stuff. Got to be more important things going out there in the world. But yes, they have to get Miller Lite. Who else?
Oh yeah, hearings coming up in the next couple weeks in the House of Representatives on the UAP UFO fiasco.
I want either way. I feel like I have
Come
a
into the
bit that's
house.
just telling me that NASA, they've just been a cock tease. Okay, I think James and I, we both believe aliens are possible. I think James believes that more than I do. However, if it is real, I would like them to at least just tell us, and not these like.
You got
Well, the word
generals
was
like trying to obstruct Congress, prevent them from talking to certain pilots, and prevent them from having access to information, which is really messed up because we're supposed to have civilian control of the military. Congress is supposed to regulate the military. It's either way, whatever it is, that's still not good.
About that guy done more. It was interesting. I forget if it was Spooky or someone. Oh, Spooky sent me cat. That's a whole nother subject. But well, I do know I was checking out that guy's video, and the most interesting thing to me is he cut off James and I's beginning. That I
Oh,
find
where we were
funny.
asking questions about his interactions with
Yes,
demons.
the sex
Yeah.
with demons, which I find was just an extremely fascinating part. But hey, you
Well,
gotta
I
do the
mean,
three
they're gonna
transgenders for the crowd.
they're gonna know if you set up a camera, so obviously they're not gonna do anything. Well, okay then, if it's a problem, just set up cameras all over your house, and they'll leave you alone. They won't be able to do anything. They will leave
It's
you the
true.
fuck alone. You won't have fucking shit go flying across the room because they're afraid they're camera shy, these demons. So there you go.
And that's what sucks, James, is that miracles and exorcisms, all of the things that had like the really cool special effects, they've gone away now that cameras have, been invented. What a
Seems
coinkadig.
that way.
Do. But yes, the other thing I just want to talk about, and then we'll do shout outs, and then we'll do the opposition, is both Spooky sent me, and then I saw it on Praise I Am my Big Bad Mama's channel. Is that like I'm fairly sure. Like I was going back and forth, but like it does seem a little not healthy, whatever was going on with
Was it
Kent's
live
mental
on camera when he
activity.
has this stroke?
I believe so. And that is the word. It did seem like the suspicion is a mini stroke on camera where he just seemed to
He like blacks out for a moment.
yeah, not really know where he was or what was going on. And he kind of just brushed it off as being tired. But I hope that he gets help and that they don't just ignore it and don't just pray for it and actually use science with real doctors.
I mean, all the supplements he's taken, I'm very surprised that he is not in like peak condition because,
That's
as
right.
he'll tell you, Amy, the medical community, that's all bullshit. That's nonsense.
All
That's all
nonsense.
nonsense. You can cure anything with supplements, and any day now, Amy, the pharmacies all around you, they will go out of business, and everybody will just go to the GNC and buy their shit there because it's like way less money. So why would you waste money on cholesterol pills so you don't have a stroke when
Also,
you could just go to GNC and get a supplement there for it, right?
another fantastic thing from my data book. I say my data book, someone else did it. But it was supplements, and then it was on the side was how much peer review backing does it have in support, and it had a different amount. Had I think one of the good ones was fish oil, and I think one of the lower ones I'm trying to remember was like iron. Had a deal. It was a very interesting chart. Not because we should be taking supplements. I think that the vast majority of them had a very different scale, are on the lower end of the scale. But it's just interesting, once again, how to represent data. Do. Okay, and with that, let's get into
Where's Alex Jones? Buy my supplements. Go on Infowars.com. Buy gold. Buy my supplements. It'll turn the frog straight again.
I mean,
Look
if
at my testosterone. I've got almost as much testosterone as Vladimir Putin.
any alternative medicine, there's already a name for something that does work. Medicine. It's right there. You want
to go to Big Pharma? You want to trust Pfizer?
And the problem with Big Pharma is not that the pills don't work. It's that they charge you for the pills that do work. That or how they charge you an exorbitant amount that is worth thousands. Yes. So, socialized medicine. Once again, I like a market. I like private property, but I think when it comes to healthcare, we need to get out of that business. I just don't get what insurance does. Like, I get what insurance does, but like, just seems like a money making out of nowhere industry.
It's an unnecessary middleman. It's like, okay, instead of going to the gas station, I'm gonna pay some other company, and then when I go to the gas station, they can pay the gas station for me. But then this intermediary company, they have to make money too, so they're
gonna charge you.
Right, they have to get a cut. So wouldn't it be cheaper if you could just go to BP and pump your own gas and pay them directly instead of going through a middleman?
Yes. Wouldn't it be easier if we just actually kept our citizens healthy and then they were able to spend all of the money that they make on other goods and services that then propel the economy, and then everyone wins? Mixed economies. Anyway, speaking of which, there are many ways to support the channel. I have done a much overdue. It's been a cleanup. However, many of the fantastic people are still out there on the written tiers or in supporter tiers, and so we're thanking them and loving them. And I am also going
here.
Exactly. I and James possibly as well we're going to be doing the first Patreon only stream in which we just do it for Patreons, and we will record it and then we'll release it to everyone, which is not going to replace our supporter only show, our AMA show that's going to be open to everyone, but then the channel members, Twitch subscribers, and Patreons, they all get in on the fun, as well as the subscribers and viewers just chatting up and having fun. It's both of those. And so we want to figure out how to reinvigorize, that's not a word, re-energize the entire support platform. And so I just want to thank all of our supporters, all of the people, the channel members, Patreons, and super channels, Twitch, everybody. And all right, enough shilling about the shilling. Let's shill.
Let's do it.
But if you're a creationist out there, please feel free to...
There's more.
But wait, if you sign up now, then not Bob Larson. Who was the guy who recently died? That's a good thing to talk about. Pat Robertson. Knock was kind of, debating with Gurr about whether we should, talk ill about the dead. It's difficult because he was such an asshole. And yet I understand everybody's got a mama and a papa. A lot of these people have
not Pat
children.
Robertson. Come on.
Well, and so that is the thing. Yeah. So I do have a lot of disgust towards Pat Robertson because I thought that he promoted a lot of ill will, I hate to say degeneracy, because these people just spread hate. My mama said that's the only curse word I can't use, and yet that is what I think he was spreading. So I try to, if I was talking to his daughter, I'm sure I'd be respectful. Yet I understand you and Gur's point. I understand where these people were, slimy.
We're not going and protesting people's funerals or anything like that. We're not showing up to, if they want to have a candlelight and circle jerk each other about what an amazing guy he was, that's on them. But
no, and he was an amazing guy. He was a terrible guy. I guess
he was
it's
amazingly amazing at being amazingly horrible.
So yeah, I guess it's just that separation. We're not protesting funerals. We're not protesting loved ones of the deceased, but we do want to combat these ideas and the people who have been, spending their lives promoting them.
I mean, do we have to pretend that Kanye's buddy is the good guy just because he's dead? I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to pretend. Oh, we got to pretend he was a good person because he was dead. Yeah.
First of all, I'm hoping that he was only his buddy because he wasn't on his lithium. However, though that was probably just revealing who he truly was. Who knows? Mental illness is complicated. I'm not trying to use that as an insult. Are we really
sure he was the bad guy, Amy? Are we really sure he was bad?
Oh my God. The only person in the history of, actually, I take that back. 2 people, Eric Andre and Kanye West, who I will call Kanye West. That's another difficult conversation. Oz used to say, I'm not going to call, Yee, because he's using that to kind of rebrand himself and get away from the labels that he was trying to avoid. Oh, so many complicated conversations, James. What can I say?
It's
but
yes.
Thank you, Senator. The only thing good about that guy was that he
At least he was mortal. At least he he wasn't immortal.
Well, no, exactly. The only thing good about Godwin's Law is that he ended up Godwin's Lawing himself. Anyway, we have many ways that you could support. First of all, if you just tag us at James W. or at Amy Newman, we're sending love to all of our subscribers and viewers. We'll talk about you on here. If you would like to see your comment and also help support the show and the channel and see it on screen, you can send in super chats and I'll do a dancing jig and all my my shenanigans and we'll talk about it. But also we have channel membership right below with our evolving badge system. Once again, evolution triggers the out of creationists. And
hey Farvo, what's the name of that bar with all the crazy shit on the wall and everything? Oh, talk about shenanigans, right? Yeah.
Just want you to know that it may not be God, but James Cameron went all the way down to the bottom of the ocean so he could raise the bar. Just want you to know that. And he did. James Cameron raised the bar.
He did?
Cameron. He did. It was down there. He grabbed it and
I mean, just think about that for a second, though. For her pure self-indulgence, for her ego, she throws that diamond into the water when she could have just sold it and given the money to charity. But she is so callous, and for her own vain reasons, she just decides to lob it into the ocean.
I mean, I have a little bit bigger problem, which is, hey ho, just move over to the side, and I could just, I could sit here with you. But we all got problems, I guess. She wanted
any rational person, they would have picked her up and thrown her down where she should have gone, when the fucking boat sank
Oh.
in the fucking first place. She should be at the bottom there. You're just returning her to where she should have been 80 years before then.
But that also reminds me, in the middle of our shout-out shilling, I went back up on to the open mic, and it felt so great. Oh, my God. It really is.
What's that?
Just going back onto the open mic. Just going up in front of people and talking. I guess like I'm doing here, but but in front of, people. But but the funny thing is, when I was going up in front of the open mic for the first time and I'm rusty, I'm like, don't psych yourself out, because you do talk to people. That's what we're doing right now. Hi, people. Hello. And so let's just go up there and just talk. And so that's what I did. Instead of memorization, I've quit the memorization thing. Instead of just going word for word, what I do is I have subjects, and I just I go over the subjects over and over and over until I feel like it's a bit, and it has some jokes in it.
You just keep data points or reference points in your mind, and then you're able to go from there.
But I have a book. It's probably in back of me. It's exactly like this, but it's black, and it just has topics. But then it also had, I showed James my bit. I'm debating whether I should upload it or whether I should go to other places and work on it and see if I can get a complete 100% laughs, because that's what I like about one of my open mics on the front of the thing in front of it's like a virtual meeting, but it was an open mic, is that I worked on that a few times and it got better and better. But it's hard because it's scary to go up the next week and do that exact
I think they would like it.
Well, and so there were some comedians that do that because I think they work on it. They work on shticks, and they tell you the comedians may be the same, but the people that come and join, they're new, and they, they're going around to different bars and other things.
I mean, hopefully everybody's so drunk they won't remember.
True. That too. But whatever. Either way, I'm so glad that I got back up there. It felt great. It was a little bit more fun because I'm not having to deal with this memorization. And I think I'm eventually going to be able to respond to the audience better because of that. Anyway, speaking of our evolving badge system, which you can join right down below, you can also join our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm sending it out there. We're having new perks. I am revamping it, and we are going to have our Patreon show, the Patreon-a-thon, right down there. We're trying to reach 200. We're at 127 right now. And so we're trying to climb. But yes, there was something else. Did you see that open mic thing? What's up, C Science? We'll eventually have an open mic this episode at the very end if anyone wants to join. Sending also so much love. The Sinister Porpoise for $2. Pat Robinson was amazingly whacked.
Absolutely.
Really was. And so it's actually easier for me to be thankful that he is not on this earth. Once again, that doesn't make me a bad person, James, because I wouldn't wish him
Everybody
to die.
dies. Nobody's going to live forever. I mean,
indeed. The ride does eventually end. However, that doesn't mean the ride's not awesome while we're riding it.
it would just be better if some people weren't along for the ride with us.
And once again, he just wasn't exactly spreading love and peace. These people like Pat Robertson, maybe a step down, but also deceased, the Westboro Baptist, Fred Phelps. These gentlemen weren't exactly doing the world good. But you know what? Sinister Porpoise is doing the world good. We are sending so much love for all the love and support. Sinister, thank you for being on the last episode. Always lovely having you on. It was a lot
really
of
good,
fun. Yeah. And then James Wolfe also wants to remind you, remember what Hitchens said when Falwell died? It's a pity there isn't a hell for him to go to. Indeed, indeed. I also like to think, not only that, but I also like to think that Yahweh, any deity that would create a hell, deserves to go there. It's just me.
Not like the brazen bull, the execution device that was made, I think it was in ancient Greece, where the king put the guy who made it inside of it and roasted him alive in his own invention.
Also, what is up, Praise Big Bad Mama? We were sending love, talking about the clip version of Dr. Dino needing doctors, very specifically. And it will be science that brings him back to health.
He also should talk to some, scientific doctors, like doctors of biology, geology, all kinds of doctors that say he's full of shit and not a real doctor.
Picky. But yes, we're also getting love. Once again, the best way to support us is by going to our Patreon. But we're sending love and big shout outs to Dale Pastel. Thank you so much, Dale, reminding us that we're looking for just a little bit of empirical evidence. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Sending love also to davegar, reminding us that the world is round and thick. And I mean, you shouldn't call her old just because she's 4.5. But if you're going to compare it to 6,000 to 10,000, then yes, then the world is old. 6,000 to 10,000. It would be like, James, you really worked hard all year long. You had your life savings just so you could finish this job. And at the end, they're like, listen, I know we were going to pay you $4.5 billion. But are you okay with just 6,000 to 10,000? It's basically the same thing, right?
It's an escrow.
It's within estimate. Could maybe we'll find somewhere in between those two numbers, James.
It's in
like
an escrow account. We already got it. We already got it for you.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the gymnastics that they have to do to sell it. We saw him in chat sending love to James Wolfe. Woo! Sending love from around the world. And we do many late night podcasts. We are all reminded that we are actually midnight ranting on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting because it is past midnight. Woo!
Well past.
However, thank you so much, James, and thank you so very much, Chris the Cyborg, reminding us that we have Christians. Thanks, we have many different theists in the Skeptic and Ranting community. The only thing you need to have is a little bit of doubt about your beliefs, as long as you're questioning your own belief system. Thank you so very much, Chris. And the lovely, the only, the fabulous Rachel Holen, sending so much, thanks, Rachel. Reminding us that, listen, you shouldn't be taking slaves from the nations around you. That's probably a bad idea.
Why?
James, the objectively always right God told us that we could. So, basically moral. I think if you don't think about it.
Objectively so.
Basically. But thank you so much, Rachel, reminding us that it's okay to, however, get a femboy and tie him to your bed in lingerie. Do, 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 do. James, we have not done laundry in years. It's why you it's another good reason to get a femboy. Oh my gosh. Sending so much love. Also, the two, last but not least, we are sending love to Regos, reminding us that we're almost at our 100th Bible study. We should have one, actually, even though it's the weekend. We should maybe even double up. I got to figure out some way. Maybe we'll do a Bible study, and I'll just figure out. I'll do an impromptu, because I want to get through Joshua. I want to really. It's been interesting going through this Old Testament, because I don't know. There's so much that I've never had someone that really can defend the Moses story after we go through all of the hardening of the hearts.
So you trying to say you're not even sure where exactly the washer dryer is in that home? You can't remember the last time you've seen it. Couldn't find it if you wanted to. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. Definitely not. But it's okay, James.
It's there somewhere.
It's there somewhere. They know how to find it. But sending so much love, Regos, once again, reminding us of our lovely Bible and the Old Testament, and the New Testament is 66 books of fun, James. Just everlasting fun. They tell us it's the best book ever. That's what really gets to me. But I guess you have to say that. I mean, if you work at Apple, you got to say Apple's the best. If you work at, Windows, you got to say Windows is the best. I get you. And last but not least, as my voice cracks, we're sending love, so much love, to Ian Davenport. Thanks, you Ian. So much, Ian, reminding us that you have our heart and that it evolved that way, because these are organs, and we don't create our bladder. We don't create our brains. We create trains and planes. These are things that are actually artificially made. When someone says, you really think that you're related to a strawberry? You go, yes. Yes, that's a multicellular thing. Plants actually have sexes, just like we do.
Yeah.
So yes, it's actually very easy to imagine that we are related to the strawberry bush, because they always just raise like the genital. That's another thing that I love. That's right, baby. But that's what they do. They raise like a banana, and they're like, "Do you think you're related to a banana?" It's like holding it is. Not to say it's like holding up a schlong, because it's kind of the opposite. But yes, like you are holding
a uterus, or yeah.
Yes, that organ definitely, when you connect it to the rest of the other specimen, is related to us.
It's full of seeds, like a cum shot.
Exactly. It's actually a phallic woman part, which kind of makes me happy the longer that I think about it. Anyway, fruit, ladies and gentlemen, both the kind you eat and one right in front of you. High bar comedy, James. This is the type of subjects we talk about: epistemology.
He says he's a vegan.
Ontology. And that assology. What?
Remember, vegan? He's still a vegan. He's a vegan, but he still eats meat.
It's like a preacher out there. You can eat sugar, but no weight gain. It's the sin without sinning.
And
But
James Wolfe out there. If you tell people they're related to monkeys, they'll start behaving like monkeys.
I know. That is the other thing. They love to use monkey as an insult. And they're like, so you think you're a monkey? So you're just going to fling your all around all day? First of all, monkeys only seem to do that from captivity. And I'm sure there are people
by the way,
actually
humans
in
do that.
prison.
In
Yeah, I was going to
captivity,
say.
too.
Exactly. And we're the only species that would look at billions and billions of species and look at like one of the other most intelligent creatures on Earth that has ever existed and be like, that's an example of you being stupid. No, the words coming out of your mouth.
Because they have to put us in a completely separate category. We are just like a completely different thing. It's not like we're made out of the same genetic material, the same stuff.
Along with the fake outrage, the how dare you, James, you're a monkey, not me. I am very refined and drink wine with my pinky out, actually. Okay.
He's got thing. Oh, the guy debated yesterday. He says he's related to an anteater. What was the guy 2 days ago? He's a bat. The guy, what was that? That tranny 3 or 4 days ago. She's related to aardvark. Yeah, Kent. Any crazy animal you can come up with, we're gonna say yes.
Yes,
it's not an argument. It's not an argument.
It's just such an easy thing because we have common ancestry with all living organisms on Earth. And so, but yes.
A protista, Amy, an amoeba? You're saying you're related to an amoeba?
We are. In fact, if I can just do. Did I save this properly? That seems to be my song of the night. But I saved just a fantastic evolution chart. Here we go. Yeah, baby. All right, let's go get some graphics up here so we don't look silly.
But we do.
Right there. Isn't that fantastic? Showing just the branches of life. Once again, now the data class is starting to get in me deep because someone could be like, is this a literal? No, these are the branches in simplified version so that we could explain it to anyone of any expertise level to see how we are all related. We have bacteria and archaea into protista, sprouting our plantae and fungi and animals separate from our
And you think that chart right there, that storytelling, those words and drawings on paper, that is more important than the Bible from the living God. That outweighs the Bible. I look at that. They've got the animal. They've got a shark. And look at the fungi. They've got a mushroom there, and then a plantae. It's very, very and technical. They can't just say plant. It's plantae because we're.
And so I'm sending love. So like, see science. Even if he's just joking around, someone could say they'd say, "Well, that's just a cartoon." It's correct. It's a cartoon representation of the data. And so although this is a drawing, the data that it's representing is accurate. It's just representing it in a unique way that makes it easy for anyone to understand.
If you believe that, you must have been eating some of those fungi or smoking some of those plantaes.
And And so yes, he likes to show like charts like that, which I find are amazing. And he's like, why are they even showing them? It's like, for people like you. Yes, we want to oversee science. He says, now I believe it. We're just having fun in the sun. All right. I think that's all of our Patreons. I think I'm going to just, if you don't mind, James, my normal BRBN for 1 second,
Okay.
and then I have a very short opener, and then we're gonna just go into our opposition viewpoint, in which why evolution is not true. But James, this seems to be for right now and for the foreseeable future until many of these fundamentalist religions die. It seems like this is a battle. This is their proxy war, the evolution fight, so to speak, for science versus religion.
Absolutely. Proxy war.
Proxy war, because they don't want to say it's about religion, but it all seems to come from just a single source, the anti-evolution crowd.
I just want to get the bad science out of the textbooks. I just want good science in the textbooks. Just pretend we don't know. Pretend we got no clue about the diversity of life because it contradicts my religious belief. So just say we don't know. Which, I mean, is basically what they want. And, the implication, of course, is that, well, we don't teach them about that in school. Then we can tell them, oh, well, we can't tell you about that in school, but you can learn about that in Sunday school. That's where they can tell you who's responsible, how it happened. And, there won't be any evidence to counter that. They just won't have the information. And that's really what it's about, is the suppression of inconvenient information, the suppression of things that make them uncomfortable, that give them anxiety, inconvenient information. They would rather not exist, and they are happy to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that it's not there, pretend it's not real, and which is their right to do. But they want as many other people to do that as they can possibly get, and we're just one tiny outfit fighting against that, but it's all we can do to combat the ignorance that we get assailed with from these people on a regular basis. So I picked out a few videos. This was seemed to be the one that Amy liked the best. So here we go. Probably be back coming up on the weekend. Look forward to that. We have actually a couple debates that we need to get scheduled. It's just timing of that is always a bit iffy, but we'll get it scheduled. We have another one with Ultimated, then we have to get Peter, have a debate on demons with his friend Martine. I think it's another Hollander, so a debate amongst the Hollanders. Ultimated, we had him versus Amy on a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. So, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting my ass kicked by allergies tonight. It's really rough down here, so I'm doing the best that I can, but sorry about that. Canada is in the air tonight. How's it going, Amy? Welcome back.
Woohoo! Okay. It's listed on my phone, but I am good. All right. With that, thank you so much, James. Why evolution is not true? Because if so, someone should alert the biological community. They seem to be unaware of these seemingly dirty little secrets that creationists talk about, which generally come from either a lack of understanding of science or an understanding but dismissal of the facts because of one's religious views. The Holy Book said the earth was made in 6 days using God's big schlong or something. Thus, abiogenesis or single-cell organisms arising from inanimate material is impossible. Even though in the lab, we can show the early building blocks for life came about naturally. They continue to claim DNA is a code, even though DNA is a self-replicating molecule. A chemical compound which differs greatly from any coding system that a creator makes, like Java, JavaScript, or C++, or any of its variants. Fossils are another thing that drives creationists crazy because of Satan slowly putting them around the world. The fossil record has grown with each passing year. There are now millions upon millions of fossils that humans collect to examine. Lastly, what a lovely eye you have there. Though there are better eyes, like the octopi, and worse eyes, like the slug. So it's easy to see how a mutation for light-sensitive cells would give way to an arms race for eyes, depending on the environment. I guess, in this case, an eyes race. Anyway, the dirty little secret for why evolution is not true is, of course, that evolution is true. And that creationists are doing everything they can to twist facts about reality to suit their needs. But don't worry, ID proponents. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone. You'll be just another regret. My dirty little secret, my dirty little secret. Who has to know? I don't. As long as your religion stays out of the science class. Thank you.
Yeah, that used to be my standard response to that song was, I'll give, like, I'm not asking for it. I don't want to know. Don't give it to me. I don't give a fuck. Keep it to yourself.
Exactly. Make sure that it stays in your bedroom, your household.
Your OnlyFans.
Your OnlyFans, your OnlyFlans, wherever you're going. But with that, I think we're going to head into the opposition viewpoint. That's right. We are going to take a look at why evolution is not true. All capitals not.
See how
4
many,
major flaws exposed.
Creationists can get out of a 1984 Volkswagen Beetle.
Indeed.
See how many of them they can fit inside there.
From Tomorrow World, you can feel the gears turning. With that,
The new park at Disney World, Tomorrow World.
Oh my goodness. It's so silly that Disney World triggers them for like the most moderately tepid acceptance. They're just like, accept everyone, even gays. And the religious fundies are like,
What?
As if you couldn't predict that gays were going to love a theme park that involves princesses and queens. But anyway. Oh, sending so much love to Dr. Dino.
Did he have his debate yet, or is that coming up?
I think it's today, actually. I
Today,
as in it happened. So go over to Dr. Dino's and go check it out. Oh my goodness, that means it was a Dr. Dino versus Dr. Dino. Is that what? Did he call you Dr.?
I doubt it.
Oh my goodness. I was thinking about just, all of the comments were being like, please, Mr. Hoven, we do hope that you get well. Anyway, sending so much love to Dr. Dino. You should be checking his channel out as well. You should be checking out all of the, skeptic and non-believers, Atheist Junior, Mark Reed Atheism, The Flavor, The Line, Atheist Experience, Talk Heathen. I'm trying to think of all of them.
Little channel called R and Raw.
R and Raw. Go check out R and Raw. Go check out all of them out there. Go check out what is Pine Creek. Go check out Pine Creek, T-Jump. All fantastic content. Randolph Richardson. But enough about us. It's so great just not to have denominations, though. We all have disagreements. We just don't I don't know, because we're all cats, we all allow ourselves to have these and not, go after each other. Anyway, why evolution is not true. Let's get to it. I told James it actually sounds normal at 1.5. You tell us if it's too fast, if it's going like, but we're getting into it.
It's been called one of the most powerful and influential scientific theories in history. The theory of evolution by natural selection. First published
By the way, a theory means a framework of facts, which means that already we're off to a bad start for,
Go figure.
going after it. But let's go.
more than a century ago by Charles Darwin. And its powerful influence on life in virtually every realm of understanding would indeed be hard to overestimate. But is it true? Many would respond, of course, evolution has been proven true 1,000 times over. All the evidence we have says evolution is a fact of nature. But is the evidence really that solid?
Once again, do you notice?
Is it really that solid, Amy? Is it really that solid?
It is. It's as solid as going down on a real man. As solid as someone in the closet.
Theory of evolution really indisputable? No, it is not. And today we'll pull back the curtain on some of the evidence that many evolutionists would prefer you not see. Join us for this episode of Tomorrow's World, where we will expose of evolution.
As if these are going to be highly surprising. You've never heard them. Creationist talking points. But let's get into it.
Dirty little secrets.
That's like how he says dirty little secrets in this. James, it's like a kink. There's just some things that he hasn't been telling us, and now he's sitting us down and he's finally going to tell us.
Welcome to Tomorrow's World, where we help you understand your world through the pages of the Bible. And our topic today might seem far removed from those pages.
Well, that's where you go off. That's where you go wrong right there.
Yeah, turn this guy. Is he a little bit loud? I also don't want to be fighting over him. However, I want you to also be able to hear him. So it's this balance.
Theory of evolution. It is perhaps one of the single most influential scientific theories in history, with immeasurable impact on science, philosophy, education, politics, and religion. And we are assured by many that it is undoubtedly true, that no one of any intelligence or education would even dare to question it.
Right.
Well, today we will.
And it's not about saying, to a degree, James is right. We're not trying to really come after your education level. We're not trying
I'm not saying you're an idiot.
Saying you are an idiot. But we are saying that there's no good evidence for creationism.
Dare to question it. Because while evolution puts up a good front, it has a long list of dirty little secrets that you don't tend to hear about in your classroom's television program. And the more you learn about what evolution has to hide, the more you wonder why so many put faith in an idea that remains unproven. It's a big topic and we'll only scratch the surface today. Now, before we begin, let's understand what we mean by evolution. Claiming that life began in a vastly simpler form, similar perhaps to a microscopic bacterium, the theory of evolution says that over billions of years, life...
And that makes sense, because viruses share the smallest component that we can think of, share things with life while kind of being the edge. And then as things get bigger, they get more defined. Single-cell organisms are these larger things like bacteria that eventually you get these massive superstructures that we call multicellular organisms that are powered by mitochondria.
Doorknobhead understands it perfectly.
We're not saying they're idiots, but they're idiots. A little bit.
Changed slowly, that the struggle for survival rewarded slight random variations in the descendants of that life form.
Once again, that's probably another illustration that triggers them, and yet you can see how it's trying to use a drawing to represent accurate data.
Gave them an edge, perhaps allowing them to find food faster or reproduce more successfully.
Yes,
and similarly, it punished those descendants whose random adaptations were less favorable for survival. In this way, and through this unintelligent, unguided process, evolution says those microscopic bacteria-like organisms a few billion years ago have been able to turn into the astonishing variety of life forms we see today, including us.
Absolutely, yeah.
However, on the opposing side, God did it. Once again, very nuanced.
But we can't show evidence of that because, Amy, if we gave you evidence, then you wouldn't need faith. God wants you to have faith. You need to have faith. We can't just show it to you and then you believe it, because then you wouldn't need faith.
Another word they love is blind faith. As you know, my two-word political correctness, they try and separate that out. Come on, James, there's faith over here. Everyone's got faith. And then there's blind faith.
Well, no, their faith is blind faith. That's the definition of blind faith.
Doesn't it feel good, James, just to chop those words down? I can't help it. I've been thinking about it lately. Pollution. Because climate change and global warming, why has it been having such, traction problems? It's because it fits under that range. It doesn't feel right. But when you say, are you for or against pollution? It makes, at least in my opinion, the conversation much easier.
Captain Pollution?
I mean, there's some people out there that might be for pollution, that say just let the corporations do whatever they want. And, at least defend that. But I don't want to have these word battles anymore. And so I routinely, especially in politics, try and get whittle it down to these one word things. And I guess in scientific endeavors too, but especially in politics.
No divine designer or creator necessary. Not long ago, Sotheby's, the famous auction house, offered a first edition of Charles Darwin's book on the origin of species by means of natural selection, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life, published in 1859. The
Here
book
we go.
published The Theory of Evolution. Now, at least when I saw it, Sotheby's recommended estimate for the book was $250,000 to $300,000. You might.
He is just basically explaining why academic, this is an important point in academic history. In biological history, evolution is the cornerstone of biology. I mean, I don't think you should get, the fancy copy that he wrote. You can get a fantastic paperback or even a Kindle edition, but yeah.
I think, why so high?
He just bitching because it's worth a lot of money. I mean,
yes.
Look at the fucking Mona Lisa. It's worth it's priceless. But what is it actually? Is it really worth $1 billion? No, of course not. But
and if you like, you can get a copy of it for $20. So not to say the original isn't important. Just trying to separate both of those things. The original is amazing and fantastic, and then it's just odd because he has easy access to all the information. But James Wolfe also says, I don't know, James. God saw fit to give Paul his road to Damascus experience faith-free. That's true.
Well, that's true. God gives some people, they get direct evidence, but if you want that, too bad. Believe it anyway. He gives evidence to who he wants to give evidence to. If it's not true, oh well, too bad. Sucks to be you. Believe it anyway, or burn.
Indeed.
Well, there are numerous factors, but the book's role in human history.
And I guess I almost blew right by that. But yeah, I mean, please. Can't you give us some actual evidence? Why can't we have an encounter with God that you would think he has all the time in the world? He can be anywhere. Has to be a he. But just seems kind of weird.
Is perhaps the greatest. Sotheby's calls the book one of the greatest achievements of scientific discovery. Referring to Darwin's book, science historian Bern Dibner once wrote, "This, the most important single work in science, brought man to his true place in nature." High-sounding praise to be sure. But is it accurate? That depends, of course, on whether the theory is true. If all life as we know it today is the result of nothing but mindless processes, then yes, Darwin's book is a towering achievement in human history.
It is. And their book about talking snakes is bullshit.
It is the cornerstone of biology.
That does truly put man in his place as nothing special, nothing remarkable. Just a random life form on a random planet. And life.
There he goes. There he goes. There he goes.
Again, if
no meaning, nothing special.
Claim it is true and claim so very loudly.
Molecules in motion. There he goes. Unless there's a God, unless there's somebody with an invisible knife to your throat telling you to worship him or he's going to kill you, then life is just fucking meaningless. It's all bullshit. No point to living unless there's a fucking God there to threaten you.
It is funny how nihilistic they become when trying to explain any worldview outside of their own. Basically, if you don't believe in their God, there is no meaning in life. There cannot be. I don't know. I've had a nice sandwich today. What about you?
And what is their meaning? Their only meaning is to serve him, to worship this dude who made them for that purpose, to just tell God how great he is forever. If you think that's a great ultimate purpose and that's just what you want to do, and well, what's the alternative? Burn forever? Well, yeah, because anybody who would give you that choice, first of all, is an asshole, doesn't deserve to be worshipped either way.
Exactly. Anyone who also creates a hell, once again.
I mean, that is...
take the keys out and we'll just put them right in there.
That is rapist logic, rapist mentality to say that, well, look, you're going to do this with me or I'm going to kill you. And I've got the power to do that because I've got a knife to your throat. So you can either get on your knees and do this for me or I'm going to slit your throat.
James, you have free will. All the free
Yeah.
will to do exactly as I can tell you.
Yeah. I would not force. He does not want people, Amy, to worship him against their will. He is not going to force anybody to worship him.
He
You
will
have a
burn you
choice.
forever, however.
You have a choice. Yes, you can
That's
either
right.
choose to worship him of your own free will because it's what you want to do and you think he is just so great and deserves it, or he can burn you forever. But it's your choice. It's up to you.
Exactly.
No pressure.
Evolutionary apologist Jerry Coyne writes in his popular book, Why Evolution is True, evolution is a fact. And far from casting doubt on Darwinism, the evidence gathered by scientists over the past century and a half supports it completely, showing that evolution happened and that it happened largely as Darwin proposed, through the workings of natural selection. Of course, many want it to be true. Evolution has become an escape hatch for those who want to explain.
Once again, the wanting,
Escape
as
hatch.
we just talked in the very beginning about his holy book.
away the beautiful diversity and complexity of life without a creator. As famous biologist Richard Dawkins once said, Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. Is he right? Again, only if evolution has been proven true. And in fact,
it has
not. Despite claims that all the evidence...
Well, it makes sense that we understand the diversity of life. We now understand how species not only evolved, but will continue to evolve. It's like they want to just live in the Bronze Age. Where we corrected on Pat? Is it the Iron Age? They want to live.
Iron Age, some of it's Iron Age, some of it's Bronze Age.
Depending on the religion, they want us to live 1,400, 2,000,
a lot of the
or
stories come
3,500
from
years ago.
the oral tradition from the Bronze Age that was written down in the Iron Age. Yeah, not that oral tradition.
I got excited. You said oral.
Yeah, I know.
But we're getting back into why
That's a
evolution
good oral
is...
tradition. That is, their oral tradition sucks. The Jesse Lee Peterson.
The bad kind of sucking.
Why would you want to have a woman do that?
What? You can have a woman do a man's job? It's crazy.
That would be gay.
Yay. I also like that, Alex Jones came out with, just listening to him do anti-trans stuff at this point is, I can't take it because I know he likes trans. But that's okay.
I got a pop-up on my phone. You get those all the time.
All the time.
Granny porn pop-ups just on your phone randomly.
I know I do.
Supports it completely. The truth is that evolution has a whole host of dirty little secrets that
Here
our
we
classrooms
go,
and popular science
everybody.
programs
Let's
don't talk about too
get
loudly.
in.
The first dirty little secret of evolution is this. Even the simplest living cell is devastating to the theory of...
No, it's not.
Yeah, so let's just get into that. That makes not a lick of sense. The simple organisms come first, and it slowly builds layers of complexity. In fact, if it was complex at the bottom, that actually may show that there was a creator here.
Evolution. In Darwin's day, little was known about cells. Single-celled organisms like...
It'd be weird if you came onto a random planet and you're like, wow, look at all these, artificial steel complex machinery that we would find from a creation. However, if you just go to a planet and you just see alien life that's just munching, it's not evidence of a creator.
Amoebas were described by Charles Darwin's contemporary George Henry Lewis as simply a microscopic lump of jelly-like substance.
Once again, they love phrases like
Here we
this
go.
because they're
They
like,
didn't know how complicated
jelly.
life was. They didn't know how complicated the cell is.
Or protoplasm, entirely destitute of texture and consequently destitute of organs. In other cells, such as those in our body, a nucleus could be seen, but its purpose was a mystery and the cell seemed otherwise generally featureless. In such days when the smallest, simplest unit of life seemed that simple, just a bit of jelly with a few boring features, it was easy to imagine somehow within that mysterious, life-giving jelly, anything could happen. But as microscopes improved and techniques were developed to tease out the secrets of the inner world of the cell, We have discovered that this supposedly simple jelly-like substance is filled with machinery of astonishing complexity,
I know
ingenuity,
many
and
jelly-like
design.
substances.
The world of the human cell, for instance, is one in which approximately 1 billion chemical reactions take place every single second. And these are not random chemical reactions. A human cell is filled with thousands upon thousands of proteins of 10,000 different varieties, molecular machines designed to work together to achieve specific purposes, manipulating their surroundings, creating new structures, and dismantling old ones in a dynamic dance of complexity that would make the space shuttle seem simple.
Once again,
I don't
good
know why they always bring
information
up the space shuttle.
up until the very end, because a space shuttle is a specific artificially created system that is built being complex, and then you have to create a GUI. Well, more than just, I'm looking at it from my perspective. You can tell you have to create more than a GUI. You have to create a graphical user interface, but you have to also create many things. Create seats that are comfortable. You have to create so much stuff. You have to create enough engine propulsion. You have to. It has nothing to do with a nature event, a natural.
As big of a marvel as the space shuttle was, you have to really. They're not flying anymore. They don't work anymore because and half of them blew up, actually killing all the occupants in them, because there's so many things that can go wrong that will be absolutely fatal to the craft. So many things have to work right in order for a mission to be successful. Only one little tiny thing and that whole thing goes wrong and the whole thing blows up. Because it's very complicated. Lots of small parts, lots of moving parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sinister's like the highest computer in the shuttle is 386. GUI's probably not using. I'm trying to think of what the... I guess what I'm trying to say, even more top level, is just the human-computer interaction that has to go into making that entire system work. But it's weird to compare it to like a living system, which is their whole shtick.
Life is impossible without these complex machines, and even small changes to organisms, as hypothesized by evolution, requires changes to these machines, even the design of new machines. And that is as unlikely as it sounds. Biochemist Douglas
Now I have to wait and look.
So this first argument is just incredulity. That's all this is. It is an argument from incredulity. I don't see how evolution could do this, therefore it did it. Okay?
Yeah, well, most of these are ignorance. There's a few of the regular hard hitters that creationists get.
Has examined the probability of even one protein of any significant functionality at all forming by chance.
Sure he did.
They love like by 10 to the billionth to the billionth.
And estimated it to be 1 in 10 to the 64. That is one out of a number that is a 1 followed by 60.
Somebody will come up with a bigger number next time.
With colleague
Hey James, what's the probability that a god exists? What's our sample size?
10 to the power of a ball sack.
0 to the power probability of whatever you'd like, because we have no sample size. Do. I always like how they get into like the backhanded compliments. They're like, look, this is a biochemist, this is a zoologist, and they're about to say something that is very rare, and they don't agree with me at all, but we're going to use them in our
Discovery Institute. That means she gets paid money to lie.
Oh yeah, director. Well, I love this. Director of science communication.
She got a degree and she said, "Fuck all this real science. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to bullshit around at a desk and collect a paycheck, lying to gullible Christians."
Oh my.
And Gauger, Axe explored the possibility that one protein could evolve from another similar one based on just a handful of necessary changes to DNA, and found that at currently understood rates of mutation, it would take 10 to the 27.
Right, and that Douglas guy also works for Discovery Institute, of course. James, Why is it always like this? They are quoting two Discovery Institute
people who are
biologists,
paid to try and make this
zoologists.
confusing and seem impossible. And
years for such a change to take place. Again, that's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And that's like a lot of numbers. That's like, look at all
That's a
those
lot.
zeros, James.
I mean,
Impressive given that scientists think our universe is only 13 billion years old.
I love that. Impressive considering. Yeah, did you notice that?
considering you think that the Earth is 6,000 years old, I'm sure. So,
But there's a root word here. It rhymes with scientists.
7 zeros.
Here we go. Are you ready?
Impressive given that scientists think our universe is only 13 billion years old.
That's right. Scientists think it's 13.7 billion years old. That's because it is 13.7 billion years old.
Or about a 1 followed by 10 zeros. In other words, it's just not going to happen apart from intelligent intervention. Again, even the simplest living cell is devastating.
Oh my God. See, science. Can you predict prophecy? I think you're actually a prophet. Oh my God. Did you know?
The theory of evolution. We mentioned DNA a moment ago, and the nature of DNA is another of evolution's dirty little secrets. Because DNA represents an abstract coding system that points to intelligence.
James, did you know DNA is a code?
I've heard that before from people who don't really know much about DNA.
I have never heard this point before. I feel like this is a completely original point that we're hearing for the first time. I stand by it.
Deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA for short, was unknown in Darwin's day, and is the molecule
How many
responsible
takes do you think it took for him to pronounce that right? At least I'm going with at least 4. At least 4 takes for him to get that out right.
That make life possible. Each nucleus in each individual normal cell in your body contains about 2 meters of DNA packed into a microscopic dot, all of it containing the information needed to build you. DNA uses base pairs combining 4 different compounds that act like the ones and zeros in computer code, detailing to the cellular machinery the information needed to build all of the complex proteins life requires. Information from the DNA is carried from place to place where proteins read the code and assemble new proteins from precisely sequenced amino acids based on that information, making every one of your cells a complex chemical factory, creating...
So I'm waiting. This is what they do, is they often explain something decent so that they can then go bullshit. So did you notice that little factory at the end? Because we oftentimes use analogies, especially if we're trying to explain it to a lay audience. They're not literal factories.
So is there anything going on in there that is not just chemicals interacting with each other? Is there any magic in there? Or is it just chemicals obeying the laws of physics like everything else does? I think it's just that. No magic required.
Purposely arranged nanoscopic machinery and some of the most complicated chemical compounds found anywhere in the universe. But where...
Ooh, it's complicated. Ooh.
I just like how we went right out to the universe. The balls on that statement when we've barely left our own solar system, probe-wise and stuff. But sure. I mean, I think we are one of the most amazing chemical combinations that's going on. But I also think there are many other amazing chemical. I don't think there's something supernatural. I don't think that there is anything that we can't describe that doesn't get summed up with fantastic, awesome. I mean, I'm glad we're alive. I'm glad we're conscious. But we don't need to anthropomorphize those concepts. However, the Sinister Porpoise says, for a $2 super chat, woo, woo, and now I'm going to have to dance.
Thanks, Sinister.
But yes. Do they have proof DNA is Turing complete? As in, like,
Yeah.
it can do anything?
So much proof, like totally.
The answer is no. Like, playing by very physical rules of chemistry. And it has nothing to do with a hypothetical Turing machine, which can, as the name imply in the hypothetical, do anything and is the basis of our computers. Thank you, Alan, even though you kind of, the government force-femmed you out in the bad way. I'm so sending so much love because we should support our LGBTQ people. Yes, I think that's all I'm gonna say on that. Sending so much love, Sinister Porpoise, for all the love and support. And the answer is no. And they try this rigmarole like genes equal code. Because
Equal complex.
Must have a creator. Is LPP still doing stuff? I haven't seen John Maddox do content in a little bit.
He's not very active anymore.
King of word, but they're the kings of word salad, these creationists first. I saw Jill like recently, but I don't know if he does his content anymore.
I mean, it's like they're not in. I think it obvious something like that was just a financial thing, and he tried it to see if he could do it full time. It didn't become viable, so he wasn't
Being a sex worker.
YouTube channel.
Gotcha. LPP.
Yeah, LPP.
Right.
Hey, he didn't make $1 million a year, so he just said, fuck it.
I was gonna say, maybe you should try the former. You never know. Get that OnlyFans. James, you don't have to necessarily do that if you're not into that. There's many ways to get that phallic attention.
How much would you pay for LPP to suck your dick?
I would say just can we start with a movie and a dinner? But if he wants to start flinging dollar bills at me, then I might also be open for that. Or am I paying for him? He's paying for me.
Yeah, you're paying him to suck you. Yeah.
I like it. Let's do it. Anyway, we are talking about why evolution is not true. We have 4 major flaws. If you think that these are going to be super original ones, you're wrong. I still think this is funny. It looks like a bullfrog. Listen, we punch up here. We punch up here with our phallic things. In which case,
He's just imagining his tongue like flinging out to get a fly or something.
He kind of looks like the bad guy. He kind of looks like Biff, which in essence almost makes him look like Trump a little bit. Oh God. I don't know if maybe it's just I'm seeing the salesman type of thing, but
he looks like somebody you go to buy your next washer dryer set from at Appliance World.
Yes.
Or if you're looking for a used car,
I can see that.
You see this guy in there and you just turn around and walk out because you're going to get a lemon.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Where did this abstract programming code originate? Evolution can't take credit. It's a mindless, purposeless process, remember? In fact, where did DNA come from? You can't build proteins without DNA. And yet DNA is itself assembled by proteins.
Polymers are natural things. I don't know. Like, we don't look inside DNA and it's some incomprehensible thing. Like, I don't understand.
That's what they're trying to make it. They're trying to make it this mystical, like, supernatural magic, basically.
What's up, the freak? He looks like the Russian general defected. Props up to that. That was my favorite part of that war so far, which was like Who do you think's going to win, Russia or Russia? And I'll tell you, at one point, Russia almost won. But, shit happens. The fact that guy's still alive, though, also goes to show you how rich those oligarchs are.
We'll see for how long.
Exactly, though. But yeah, I think he just proved people do not exist. What's up, you are, Victoria?
The discovery of DNA should have been a great success for evolution. The secret to how the characteristics of life are passed on to our...
It goes hand in hand with the fossil record.
Our descendants was finally unveiled, but it has been a disaster. The idea of a massive information-rich molecule...
Genetics has been a disaster
for
evolution.
Containing an abstract programming code capable of bearing the information needed to build all the complex machinery of life is incompatible with the idea that life has supposedly grown in complexity through mindless natural processes. Evolutionists cannot avoid the fact that DNA represents an abstract coding system that points to intelligence. Our next dirty
we can avoid it pretty
easily to turn the tables a bit. In short, the gaps in the fossil record since Darwin's day have gotten worse.
What?
The thigh gaps in the fossil record?
That's right. They've spread apart. I don't even understand what this could mean because we've gotten only more fossils. And so if you mean by adding 1 and 1, we now have a gap here and here.
Yeah.
Sure.
More. The more data we get, the more holes they claim.
That is, that's the natural process of collecting more data. It allows you to go more opportunities into more nuance. That's the entire point.
So we find more evidence and they claim it's less. It's just silly.
Well, it is one of those things where if you say something stupid confidently, there's people out there that'll believe it.
Worse, not better. The theory of evolution depends on the slow and steady accumulation of small variations, since large jumps in changes would imply an active designer or planner. The result should be a smooth transition in the fossil record with animals.
First of all, anytime you say transition, we have to look right here. Second of all, that is what it looks like. It looks like there are small bumps in the evolutionary chain. Even the Cambrian explosion, which is the thing they always love to talk about. I'm trying to think if it was millions, billions, 500, so a half a billion, 530 million years ago. Yes.
Animals gradually, almost imperceptibly, turning into new animals through small, smooth changes. But this is not what the fossil record shows. Instead of a smooth, continuous transition of creatures, the record indicates gaps between different kinds of creatures. As Michael Denton wrote in his seminal work,
that's how evolution works. Like, it's one animal to one animal.
Evolution, a theory in crisis. The overall picture of life on Earth today is so discontinuous, the gaps between the different types so obvious, that as Stephen Stanley reminds us in his recent book, Macroevolution, if our knowledge of biology was restricted to new species...
doesn't occur as often. So you have times where there are fewer fossils and you have times where there's more fossils.
Presently existing on Earth, we might wonder whether the doctrine of evolution would qualify as anything more than an outrageous hypothesis. Without intermediate or transitional forms to bridge the enormous gaps which separate existing species and groups of organisms, the concept of evolution could never be taken seriously as a scientific hypothesis. Of course, seemingly continuous lines of some animals are trotted out for display to pretend the gaps are not nearly as damaging as they are. For instance, you will see theoretical sequences for whale, horse, and human evolution.
Yeah,
yet not
all well known. We have good lineages that show whales being in the ogalot, even in even odd-toed ogalots that are deer, because they also have
deer-like ancestors.
Exactly, they have hind legs, they have bones that they don't really need for swimming. They're still there.
Amy, did you know that the whale has a 15-foot penis and he needs those bones for
And
that
wait.
penis?
Oh my. And no, I do deny it. I deny the human genome is comparable to a computer operating system. The only analogy I've ever found for a computer close to a computer operating system would be our minds. Our minds, I make the case, and I think I can make a good argument for it, why our minds are comparable analogy-wise, because all analogies fall apart. There is some there will be a breakdown. However, I do not understand how you can compare DNA to a operating system built on something like C++ or C, depending on how old the operating system is, or older languages. I would love to give me an example is all I'm asking where it meets.
Only are these sequences themselves deceptive and not proven lines of descent at all, the fact remains that if evolution is true, these sorts of sequences should be the norm, not the rare exception. Ironically, evolutionists often accuse believers of having faith in a god of the gaps who magically does all the things they cannot explain.
Yes.
Such a misunderstanding aside, the unexplainable gaps in the fossil record, a thorn in Darwin's side that remains just as thorny
Not
more than
unexplainable,
150 years
not
later,
at all.
turned the tables and put evolutionists in the place of wielding blind faith and believing in a Darwin.
There's that word they love, blind faith. All faith is blind, though.
Of the gaps. For our next dirty secret, all you need to do is look in the mirror at your remarkable evolution-defying eyes, because evolution continues to offer no good explanation for how new organs.
And this is our fourth and last dirty little secret. Continues to offer no good explanation for how new organs can form. This is, once again, these are all just things that bother creationists, like the eye, which is something that's been well documented at this point.
What's their explanation for how new organs form, Amy? Remind me.
Oh, it's very delicate and nuanced. It's God did it.
Oh, well, okay. I guess the odds of that are like way better than a natural process taking place over millions of years. I think just God poofing it, that would be like much more logical, right?
Indeed. I feel like that is where we're really starting to make ground. Every time we ask them how God does anything, they always say it's cheating. That question doesn't make sense.
You can't ask that. You can't ask that. Well, yeah.
You can't ask any question about God.
We just did.
Conform. In the Psalms, King David praises God and proclaims to his creator, I am fearfully and wonderfully made.
Why are we quoting the Bible? I'm glad you think you're fearfully and wonderfully made, but you were made by two humans doing snoo-snoo. Like, very specifically.
And we see part of that wonder in the organs of the body, such as the eye. After all, organs represent not just specialized tissues, but interwoven systems, often systems upon systems, finely tuned and exquisitely structured to work together. And if one part is missing, the whole can fail. And improving the entire organ would often involve each piece.
Once again, because you're looking at a system that has been evolving for billions of years and saying, well, hey, if we remove something, it's like, hey, if we just remove this person's lungs and they're doing it one portion at a time, will they be okay? Well, no, they're not going to be okay. However, what we can understand is that there was once light-sensitive cells that eventually were able to cup, were able to get light that was able to understand not only black and white, but the visual spectrum. You have an entire range of eyes. We see this now. It's not really that hard to understand how the eye and other organs went from something simple to complex.
Compared to just God did it, that doesn't even make sense. That
God.
Sounds like that's storytelling.
That's right. That's a fairy tale.
part evolving in conjunction with all the other pieces in a coordinated way, a coordination that evolution does not allow. The problem was summarized not long ago in an article in The Guardian. First, the paper gives the traditional explanation for the supposed evolution of the eye, given by thousands of teachers over.
I like how he says the supposed explanation when he quotes scientists.
For the decades to tens of thousands of students.
Hold on one second. You may recall that just from school biology lessons, if a creature with poor eyesight happens to produce offspring with slightly better eyesight, thanks to random mutations, then that tiny bit more vision gives them more chance of survival. The longer they survive, the more chance they have to reproduce and pass on genes that equip them with slightly better eyesight. Some of their offspring might in turn have better eyesight than their parents, making it likelier that they too will reproduce, and so on. Generation by generation, over unfathomably long periods of time, tiny advantages add up. Eventually, after a few 100 million years, you have creatures who can see as well as humans, or cats, or owls. Notice he's not going to read that part. Like, he's like, this is the supposed, the silly explanation, James.
Right.
To tens of thousands of students. Animals that have light-sensitive cells for some reason experience a series of slight mutations that increasingly give them survival advantages, such as the slight cupping of the flesh around the cells that helps to focus the light, a clear covering of some sort eventually to seal the space, which slowly becomes a lens. Then muscles arrive to shape and focus the lens better, etc. The Guardian continues. This is the basic story of evolution, as recounted in countless textbooks and pop science bestsellers. The problem, according to a growing number of scientists, is that it is absurdly crude and misleading.
A growing number of
the existence of light-sensitive cells, lenses, and irises without explaining where they came from in the first place. Nor does it
have a hard time filling a booth at TGI Fridays with all of them, but a growing number of them. You can fit all of them in a 1994 Geo Metro. But there's a growing number of them.
It also doesn't start halfway through. The entire point is, how do you go from something simple to something complex? How do these mutations happen? Well, that is how the environment, sexual selection, but it's oftentimes random. You can be affected by having the light hit you. You can have all sorts of ways that your body mutates. The question is, what mutations are being selected for?
Disrupted components mesh together to form a single organ. And it isn't just eyes that the traditional theory struggles with. The first eye, the first wing, the first placenta, how they emerge.
We know how flight evolves. Flight evolved very rarely in bees. We know where it came from. We understand how, oftentimes in ants, oftentimes in most species, it evolves from like a single lineage. And we understand where it comes from and can study it. So they're actually well-known subjects. So it's very daunting to listen to this. But okay, that's sure.
Explaining these is the foundational motivation of evolutionary biology, says Armin Mochek, a biologist at Indiana University. In short, evolution promises us it can explain the organs of our bodies and how they supposedly formed gradually over millennia, but in reality, it hasn't a clue. Our fourth dirty little secret, the fact that evolution continues to offer
no good explanation for how new organs can form, even though they're well documented, and God has no explanation for how organs can form. Zero. Zero.
For no good explanation for how new organs can form is devastating to a theory that was developed more than 150 years ago to explain that very fact. Let me confess something. Okay. I know it's considered a...
Do it. Also, I love this confession because I'll just let it happen, but it's not because this movie... It took me a second time listening to this realizing that he didn't like this movie, not because it was dorky, but the opposite, because it was too edgy. And that kind of makes it wholesome for me. It's just kind of funny, but I'll just let it happen.
Cinema classic, but I've personally never been a big fan of The Wizard of Oz. Frankly, when I first saw it, I was a little kid, and the flying monkeys were pretty spooky.
Once again, not because why, and I like The Wizard of Oz. I just find it funny after listening to this a few times.
But as I've grown older, one scene has remained with me and has become a real favorite. It's close to the end of the movie as Dorothy and her band are confronting the terrifying wizard for the fact that he is failing to keep his promises. As they do so, flames shoot out, thunder crashes, and the wizard speaks to them as a giant green monstrous head hovering in the air in front of them shouting, "Do not arouse the wrath of the great and powerful Oz."
Sounds like they're fucking God, doesn't it? It's amazing.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
I was sitting there putting my face on in the mirror when I first heard this, and I was like, is he talking about God? Like,
Yeah.
that's what it,
Like, they have
that's the analogy here.
No irony is lost on these people.
I mean, I'm almost too excited for it. Just, I'll let him do it. But just the things he brings up each time, it's like, but that's you. But okay.
Dorothy's dog Toto makes his way to a green curtain off to the left and pulls it aside to reveal a small, white-haired old man using a machine to create the illusion they're all looking at and speaking into a microphone to amplify his voice and make it sound terrifying. My favorite part in that scene is when the old man turns around, notices they can see him, and turns back to the microphone to demand, "Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain." Well, the forces arrayed to convince people not to question the theory of evolution are very similar. There's a lot of...
No, it's not. It's just biology.
Hey,
and I know
that Bible, just believe it.
There's many, fundamentalists out there that are like, who are you to talk about biology? Someone who accepts evolution. That is at this point.
Thunder and flame, impressive proclamations about proof and evidence, and a lot of theater designed to make you think that there's nothing to doubt. But like the wizard, evolution has not kept its promises. The theory promises an explanation of your origins, an explanation that needs no God.
No. It has nothing to say actually on origins except for the diversity of life. It will take you all the way back to when life started. It's not abiogenesis, which is like, I know your big talking point, but it is how and why animals look and do different things, why we have different species. Your God gives us the boat with the flooding, everybody drowning. That's not how animals came about. That's a story.
No intelligence at all, just an initial microbe, careless natural processes, and a few billion years. We need to be willing to pull back the curtain, to not be so impressed by the theater that we don't question what we're shown, and to not be so intimidated that we aren't willing to stand up and call evolution out for not keeping its promises. Or to borrow from another fiction.
Right. Victoria's like, evolution promised me a kitten. It came through. Finally, evolution is coming through with its promises. Thank you, evolution.
It might have been a hard day when you first learned Santa Claus wasn't real, but that realization brought you that much deeper into the real world. And
again, he's explaining
Dude.
God, right? We're doing the whole rigmarole. So, no. I mean, both of these things just seem like the type of jokes that we make to theists, that they're like, oh, so mature. And we're like, I know. We mean it, but we probably shouldn't be saying it. But sure, say it about evolution.
Further from a world of make-believe. Recognizing the dirty little secrets of evolution can help you step away from the world of make-believe as well. Yet the questions evolutionists seek to answer remain. Where do we come from? How did...
And I like how, once again, you had the Bible right up in here, but you'll notice no talking of the Bible. You don't want to talk about that shit. You got to just deny science. But right at that end, just like, this must be why Scientology, I mean, Elrond must have knew something. This is why you got to Xenu them at the very end.
Did life come to be? Is there any purpose to it all? And if so, what might that purpose be?
Cheesecake.
Unclouded by the evolutionary theater, you can seek the real answers to those questions. And if you really seek with an open mind and an open heart, with God's help, you will find your way to the only possible starting place in the search for those answers.
Gwen Stefani.
The very first sentence of the Bible.
Oh,
In the beginning, God
second
created
guess.
the heavens and the earth. I hope you'll find the courage to look behind the curtain more often. Thanks for watching. If you're interested in the free offer that we have today, please check the description where you'll find a link. And we hope you enjoyed everything here at Tomorrow's World. All of us here are devoted to helping you make sense of your world through the pages of your Bible. If you like what
there you go.
you saw, please click like. We'd love for you to click on the subscribe button. And if you'd like to be notified when more content comes out, just click that bell. Thanks a lot.
All about that Bible. And with that, that will conclude us on why evolution is not true. The 4 major flaws exposed from Tomorrow's World. In a few minutes, we're going to be opening up to the open mic if anyone would like to come join us. But that was a lot of wisdom, if I do say so. It was, of course, you know, the shit they always say. There was nothing really new here. You know, he's talking about genes. They're talking about DNA, talking about, you know, irreducible complexity and organs, which is, you know, actually their MO as far as creationists go. They just like to repackage it in different containers. But what is up, y'all? I'm sending love to everybody out there. We are talking why evolution is not true. What's up, God equals the square root of 1, the freak, Sea Science, Doorknob Head, Mage Grey Wolf, Victoria, say hi. I'll say hi to you all. But we're about to head open into the open mic, which I will get ready. All I have going on in my head is how much I really love that open mic. Just open mics in general. It just felt good to get back on them. And I'm going to be going back to not only this Gives a Hoot one, but many others. All right. I'm not sure if I should clickety-clack or not.
They love it.
Oh, they here, James. We are about to go into our open mic, but lots of wisdom we got tonight.
We did. Where?
I'm feeling it. But you can come join the panel and tell us about all the wisdom at the StreamYard link now up in there. We are having fun as we are skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true. And both of us are still convinced that evolution is true. I think I can soundly say. They just really get triggered by evolution. It's just funny. Just certain subjects, you know, the Big Bang, pollution. I'm not saying global warming anymore. It is the Earth is warming. The Earth is warming because of pollution. But I'm not getting into politically correct debates anymore. I'm not going to argue about, well, if someone wants to have a debate about, you know, someone being transphobic or homophobic or racist or misogynist, but those I'd rather just get to the meat of it, because it means you're being an asshole. But we got Sea Science behind stage. Take me a second it may take him a second. All right, Sea Science, that's okay. Tell me when you're ready. I'm going to keep on blabbing. James got summoned by Satan. These really are proxy wars. This why evolution is not true stuff, because the religious cannot accept the diversity of life. Because if you accept the diversity of life, And that means the Noah story was not true. And that's just like a really big pillar in their Abrahamic theology. It makes no sense, though. They're reigning for a long time, and then animals just decide to be carnivorous. There's no correlation there. But I see your lovely face. Tell me when you're ready, and we'll bring you on See Science. Or if anyone else would love to join our panel, we are talking at this StreamYard link. Everyone loves when you read out randomly generated codes. And so it could be StreamYard.com/J3W4KPGQ92. Ooh, is that as hot for you as it was for me? One of the few things I can think of true random generation, though, even that has downsides of saying true, the generators, because they run on algorithms and stuff. But you can get decent randomness from it. You can get generations. You can put things in and create seeds that just go out. That's how a lot of games get generated, by just putting them in there, putting in a lot of stuff. They hate that word chance, though. Chance. We just evolved by chance. Ugh. Even though it's a mixture. Yes, we did evolve by chance. However, there's numerous reasons why it seems Earth would have life. It's not very surprising or supernatural. Just give me a second. So just typing out. What is up, everybody out there? I could probably blab for days. I have learned that the key was picking a few subjects to the improv. Because if you just go up there with no subjects, it's like, oh, what do you talk about? But when you have a few subjects, and they're subjects that you know are emotionally driven to yourself, just go up there and blab. You'll have a good time. All right. Bring in See Science on. I'm not sure if James is back, but we're going to, like a weekend at Bernie's, we are going to bring him in. There we go. Woohoo! And all right, with that, we are going to open mic it. We got See Science Film Labs backstage. Let's have some fun. We are Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is not true. And let me bring my banner down. Who. What's up, Science? Lovely to have you on. We are talking, in fact, we are Skeptic and Ranting on why evolution is not true. Dun, dun, dun. What are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Amy, James, great to see you. Thanks for having me on your show tonight.
Welcome back.
I'm interested in this topic. And well, I'm happy to be here. I will talk about whatever you guys want to talk about tonight. So whatever subject you want to try and prove to me as a creationist,
where are you right now as far as your views go? So if we were talking about, religion or science when it comes to stuff like evolution.
Yeah, I'm a biblical creationist. That's how I identify my philosophy right now. So I've kind of dropped the Christian label because there's a lot tied into that, as I talked to you guys about before in the past. So
that's a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned.
So, I mean, earlier on, I did hear you guys mention for one topic is that DNA is not a code. You don't believe that it's a code, right?
Is the same way that a computer code, because it is, as Porpoise was saying, it could hypothetically do anything. And so because our DNA is unable to do everything, we would not consider it a code like the language codes that we're writing.
Okay. So in the future, when we develop the ability to create our own new code, do you think we'll be able to do pretty much anything then? Like it's a programmable...
well, we can
code?
create codes.
Okay.
But it would be...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, it would be the only type that I could ever, like, draw a comparison is in the future when we are able to create synthetic versions of DNA and are able to make artificial people. Is that a little bit closer to a code? It may be then, but it may be a completely different thing, and it still wouldn't be from the natural thing, and the creators would be us.
Okay. Yeah, the creators would be. They would be us. Yeah. I mean,
but
doesn't that just say, like, let's say that we found...
But can I go to
a hard drive in the ground? Okay. Just like hypothetical here. We found a hard drive in the ground that wasn't ours. Maybe it was, but like a past civilization. Not that ever happened. Let's say we worked to a point of where we programmed code before, but we can't read it now. You know, so we have no idea what's on this hard drive because we have no ability to read it yet. But once we figure out how to decode it, you know, we'll be able to use that coding and write it for ourselves. That sounds a hell of a lot like a computer program to me.
I'm not like, I kind of understand the example, but it's like, yeah, if it's a hard drive, but we don't find any sort of technology like that would be like a jump, like something that's complex, and then it was simple, complex. Like we don't find Egyptian hard drives. Or ancient Egyptian hard drives, I should say, because I'm sure there's tons of hard drives in Egypt right now.
Yeah, there you go. No ancient Egyptian hard drives. Yeah, and that's why it was the hypothetical, you know. But you see the analogy. You see the analogy.
But
and you
can I just segue to what I think is the more important thing, which is some of the stuff I was talking right before you joined the open mic, but you might have been listening to, which is the comparison model. Like, there's the evolution, the diversity of life. This is the separation of how we think that different species evolved. And then on the other side, it's very specifically the boat story. The boat story is how the diversity, it was just raining so hard that all of these animals that were not eating each other, eventually they were just like, screw it. We are now allowed to eat each other, and carnivores were born. And these are the two competing. Well, one is, in my opinion, for this debate, because in biological community, it is not a debate. But right now, we have these two models, which is the boat versus evolution. Help me out here.
Help her help you.
All right.
I not obliviate.
So before we go into all that, like the Noah's flood and everything. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I bloviated at the end. I said what I was saying twice, but you get the gist.
Okay. Yeah, so you're talking about Noah's flood, right?
Yes.
Okay. So here's my thing. I don't believe everything probably along the same lines as, say, some of the other young Earth creationists do. You know, I have a different version because I'm a different person, and we all have different philosophies, even atheists. You know, we all have a different...
say, just to interrupt you, a common thing that James and I think I got this from Matt Dillahunty or others, that we've never met someone who has had the same exact beliefs. In fact, it tends to be, if you're in like this pew and there's like the pew of like in front of you, they have different beliefs, and the people in the pew behind you, they have different beliefs.
Absolutely. In churches, but it comes to atheism too. It's just everyone has a different set of beliefs, a personal philosophy, a religion, have you, with a little r, not a big R, a little r religion.
Though I think that tilts in our direction, though. But I get what you're saying. I think we can agree, but because I'll tell you, they can't all be right.
Okay, you're right. So what you got to do is
be wrong.
Key values, right? Key values of each. So atheism comes down to the fact they believe that there is no God. You know, whereas theism believes that there is a God. So all theists, all creationists are theists. You dig it?
For the most part, generally speaking, there are a few that you could say believe in aliens. Well, not only believe in aliens, but actually think that the aliens seeded us. Though I don't believe in that. I don't think that's what happened. Though that's more realistic than God still to me, because that's in the natural realm. But yeah, they could be. Don't think that's how it happened.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of atheists are leaning towards a creation through intelligent design as far as it comes to life.
Not that I know of.
Looking for that alien creator, you know, because we're starting to see the...
that's just kicking the can down the road. Somehow, life starts from non-life. On this planet, another planet, it really doesn't matter.
Exactly. Even if it wasn't an alien, yeah, like James was saying, at one point there had to have been an original. That's why the Matrix thing always, to me, the solipsism and all that kind of questions, I'm always like, well, there has to be a mainframe, a real life. There has to be something.
What the heck in here? What the heck?
Beck, what's up, Uncle Beck? You should all be checking out Uncle Beck. You should all be checking out Dr. Ben. Sexy just to say it like that. But right back to you, C Science.
Yeah, I kind of forgot where we were going with that. But
oh, trust me, when I start talking about sexy men, I get lost in thought too.
All right, anyway. Regardless, now I'm really off track. Hey, there's basic views of each philosophy. You know what I mean? So you have two sides. You have the atheism and the theists. Okay, that's what it really comes down to. So we're looking for evidence
that is a true dichotomy.
Huh?
That is a true dichotomy. I'm an agnostic atheist, but I think that atheist and theist is still a true dichotomy that we can talk about.
Sure. And I mean, with agnosticism, it's basically the idea that they don't believe that evidence of God exists, or that it's knowable, or that even if there was a God, that it would be knowable. You know, that's basically agnosticism.
And I like to sort it out between belief and knowledge. I believe that no gods or exist, but I only have knowledge of certain gods. Like I think the Abrahamic gods do not exist. Or I would say I know the Abrahamic gods exist. However, I understand that just me knowing something, I still have to communicate it to the theists. So here we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, things that you know and things you believe, you know, sometimes they get confused. So,
Sure. And I view knowledge as justified true belief. I think that I have good reasons to believe that the Abrahamic gods do not exist. Could I be wrong? Yes. But I think I could be wrong about many of my justified true beliefs, if not all of them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's part of your philosophy that you've come to after years of experience and learning, educating yourself through self-education, probably, you know, a lot. And
Sure.
myself,
Mixture of both. I like to
Hey.
think that you got book smart, street smart. They're all useful.
It's all
there you go.
it's all comes into play. Yeah. We got Ember in here. We got a bunch of people coming in.
What's up, Ember? You should also be. I know that Ember was having a stream. Dr. Dino. You should be checking out all of these people's
A stream
channels.
must have just ended because we just booked up a lot. Yeah.
Sending love. I know Mark Reid is about to be joining us in a few minutes. I want C Science to have me a few more minutes of just him talking, but we're going to be an open panel. That's what the Skeptic Ranting. So we're going to keep on adding people in if they would like to join. Yeah, and I think not only does Dr. Dino streaming, but he went up against Ken Hoven, who should not be debating, who should be in a hospital. I'm sorry. We just keep on talking about that subject tonight. That's not Dr. Dino's fault, though. You should all be checking out Dr. Dino's channel and going on his after shows and having a thing. Checking out all the skeptics support. That is actually the minions that should be handling that. But yes, I'm sorry, C Science. I just got distracted. James C Science, did you guys know I have ADD? He's true.
I've heard that before.
Once or twice. But yes, I mean, in a lot of these literal interpretations, I think, come into conflict. I'm going to try and not be politically correct, because that's what we do here. I think that some of these stories come into conflict with reality. That is how I'm putting that, even though I know you think they don't. And so, is there any that you think that are like the strongest before maybe we start to add more people on?
Surrounding the Bible?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I just always find the Adam and Eve story very hard to, no pun intended, swallow with a good apple. And I find the Noah's story kind of just odd in just the whole genocide thing paired with that is the diversity. When we're talking about evolution, I mean, that is the competing theory. And so there's a lot of pot shots at genes and fossils and organs that we were talking about. However, how do you think animals diversified? I guess should be my question.
Well, I mean, not to deflect, but kind of to deflect from that, is it seems like conversations about evolution often lead into the Bible instead of actually discussing why there's a reason not to believe in evolution. Where it'll seem like people will attack the man or the man's core beliefs he's admitted, instead of maybe the topic at hand.
Here's what I'll grant you.
Or anything, but I would
Here's what I'll grant you. Before you continue, here's what I'll grant you.
Let me answer your question first, so that's what I don't deflect.
Okay. Because I'm going to agree with you and then bring it around. Continue.
Okay. All right. So your question was about literal interpretations of the Bible and how some of the stories in them are unbelievable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of the Bible. I mean, it's the history of incredible events that have occurred. Okay. Yeah, that's great. But it's the history of incredible events that have occurred. Like something that's in history is worth noting, say wars, names of kings. And there's a lot of that in the Bible too. So in a way, it's a book of history, but it's also
you want to hear about the dukes? We'll tell you about all the dukes that got named.
Here's what I'll give you. The topic is yes. If I look up here, it says Skeptic and Ranting, why evolution is not true. The topic, technically speaking, is evolution. The reason why I'll agree with you and yet think that it's relevant and thus disagree, is because I think evolution is a proxy war for creationists. I think the only reason we're talking about evolution is because the creationists reject it. That if it was something else, like the theory of gravity, we would have to be talking about that. And so I think that they're kind of melded together because they're the two competing theories. I would say I would love to talk about evolution, and I think we should. I think that should be, the skeptics. I say skeptics, but on this, it should be the people who support science, in my opinion. Once again, you should be defending evolution because that's the mainstream science. I hate saying once again, James. But see reality. Do you notice that? Do you see that mainstream? It's that two-word, James. I'm going to whittle down the English language. So I agree and disagree at the same time, because I think that while talking about evolution, especially about people who are saying that they're doubting evolution, not just trying to teach the subject in a biology course, I think that creation is almost necessary, because just like that video, if you'll notice, it was why evolution is not true. But if you did, it doesn't matter if you caught the full thing. Let me just tell you, at the very beginning, at the very end, there was some Bible. A lot of Bible passages at the very beginning and the very end, even on why evolution. And so I'll let you talk one more time, see science, and then this is an open mic, so I just want to get Mark Reid to join us.
All right, Mark Reid. I left a video in the chat there.
You look excited to see science. You look like you can't wait.
Okay, hey. All right, so one of your points there was you said that all creationists reject evolution, and that's why it leads into the topic of the Bible a lot. Well, I don't think that's actually true. It's like you're working from overgeneralizations there, because not all creationists reject evolution. Some actually believe that evolution is a process, like biologos, I think They believe that creation is initial, and then evolution is later on. That the creation of life, the initial creation of life, might have been by an intelligent designer, and that it was kind of left from there, and that God controlled the mutation to create all the different forms, and he has kind of like a hand in it. Like, some creationists believe in evolution. So I think the reason that a lot of times conversations lead into the Bible is because people are tempted to attack the Bible, and more attackable points than, let's say, why evolution is not true. Like, maybe we could stick to that topic.
Well, I don't want to paint with a brush that leaves you in the corner of having to defend creationism. I'd rather have you as a theistic evolutionist. And I know there's people in our crowd, people in our Skeptic and Ranting community. I guess if that is the direction, then I almost... Then it's true. Then I should be just trying to accept in that. I didn't know if you were going in that direction, and so
I don't think he is. I think he's just playing this.
Not to interrupt, but I'm not going to go that way with you, because like I've said in the past on your channel, I'm not here to prove the God of the Bible to you. I'm here just to prove that a creator exists, because that's what creation is essentially. Like, I mean, what you really want to say is that we could talk about my young earth creation beliefs, or my beliefs about the Bible regarding God and, theology, basically.
Well,
but if you want to get into theology, we can. But I would love to talk to you about some of the evidence for God, or basically the reasons to believe evolution is not true. Or not even that. Just basically the barriers for evolution theory is what we can discuss. like the nature of
Well,
mutation.
Okay, but
That's one bit.
But the truth of the matter is that people, 99% of people only doubt or have problems with evolution because it contradicts their religion. Okay? So if we can show that the religion is bonkers and crazy, then why would you want to believe in a religion that's crazy and doesn't make any sense? You should probably just accept science and reality, and you don't need to go reading through these Bronze Age, Iron Age works of literature. Just take them for what they are. They're valuable historical records of what people thought at the time. They're amazing in some ways works of literature, but they're not literal histories of the earth. They're not literal history. And I know it's a lot harder to defend religion, and it's much easier just to criticize evolution and try to poke holes in evolution and what it doesn't show. But yeah.
And all right, I am gonna get Mark Reid because we could probably keep on going. See, science. Do you want to have the last word? I'll let you have the last sentence. The last sentence. You got 15 seconds. It's all yours. We won't say anything.
All right, I was just going to say that the creation versus atheism, or creation versus evolution debate still exists with or without the Bible. So going after the Bible won't change the debate or solve the problem.
You just do it for fun.
The person that will respond or will say what they would like is gonna be Mark Reid. We are Skeptic and Ranting on why evolution is not true. Lovely having you on board. I love that hat. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, anything we talk about tonight?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been in a few discussions about evolution today. What I didn't hear, and I must admit, I probably did come in late, but C-Science didn't really talk about any reason why evolution is not actually true. He just sort of said the Bible. For me, that isn't any kind of sort of evidence against evolution at all. The Bible's just a book. It doesn't actually show anything. While there is a ton of evidence for evolution, I mean, we can point out fossil record, we can point out human endogenous retroviruses, we can point out the geologic column, we can point out like tons of these things have a massive evidence behind it. I think that it was one of the people that worked on the Human Genome Project, which is Francis Collins, who said that sort of the DNA evidence alone proves evolution, and he was a theist, quite a devout theist, in fact. So he's I do agree with C-Science on one thing, like the Bible, whether or not it's true, has no impact on evolution. Evolution will be true regardless of what else happens. And even if evolution wasn't true, it wouldn't matter to us. We don't have a religious belief in it, not like a religious belief in the Bible that it has to be true. If it's not true, we just look for the next answer, the thing that the evidence fits the most. At the moment, the evidence fits evolution, and to an incredible degree. So, but I must admit, I didn't get any reasons why the evolution is not true. Rather, all I sort of heard was reasons to believe the Bible, which a lot of people do believe the Bible, and they don't believe it contradicts evolution. So I don't think those two are necessarily mutually exclusive.
And then right back to you, C-Science, if you would like.
Oh, well said, Mark Reid. Good day, man. What are you wearing on your head there, man?
What are you talking about? This is what I usually wear.
All right, regardless. This was supposed to be the Battle of the Baldies, man. And you showed up wearing a hat. I guess I'm wearing my sunglasses, so it's...
Looks like a version of Beamsy's hat.
First of all, I didn't
Does
claim
this
that
hat make my arguments any less coherent or something? Is that
Mark,
your problem? Does it
Reid.
nullify my arguments?
Listen, Mark, I'm tired. I was just
It's distracting him.
I'm tired.
No,
I'm Mark.
I was just out back riding my kangaroos and kicking my dingoes around all day. So I just wanted to say one thing. I did not claim that the Bible is evidence against evolution. We only started talking about the Bible because they were inquiring about some of my beliefs surrounding the Bible and my theology. But if you would like to work more from your assumptions...
And if I could just interrupt real second, I will keep on claiming. I think the reason evolution's even being talked about is because it's a proxy war for religion. This is our Vietnam. We, the religious are going after evolution.
This is the hill they want to die on.
Yes, because they're trying to get creationism and then intelligent design in the school system, and then we exported it. So, woo! Look out, world. Though I should say we exported it, but you know what? You all exported it to us. Did we? How's that work?
I don't think anybody else is buying it. I mean, we're trying to sell it, but nobody's buying.
But yeah, I think Mark makes a lot of good points. I don't know. What do you think, Steve? Either one, Mark, see science?
Yeah. Marky Marks. Anyway. No, I'm down. Mark, you wanna say something to her?
Well,
Oh,
I'll
sorry,
just
I'm still
say,
sort of waiting for. No, go ahead, James. Go for it, mate.
I was just going to say, well, it is worth pointing out the level of skepticism people have for the evolutionary theory. And then when you look at the kind of things that they readily accept from the Bible, it is kind of worth looking at, the dichotomy of how they, the level of scrutiny they apply to their belief system, their epistemology.
Well, I think there is an uneven bar when it comes to sort of the burden of proof one places upon their religious books and the burden of proof one places upon scientific, well, what we call scientific fact that some people just can't accept. Like I'm reminded of the way that sort of flat earthers say that, hey, they cannot accept that the world is a globe, but then propose, a dome and things like that they've never seen and never interacted with as a justification. Right? I think as William Lane Craig sort of said, if you can't get over the bar, then lower the bar. While over on the sort of skeptic end, we say, hey, the bar should be at the same height for all the things you're claiming to believe. You should be making exactly the same jump for one claim as you do for another claim. So it is intellectual inconsistency that we see from people who will readily accept any story regarding their religion, yet things with a mountain of evidence like evolution, they want the bar to be, they literally want to see a cow give birth to an antelope or something, something so ridiculous that we couldn't possibly provide it. And it is this straw manning of evolution. Like usually the requirements that I hear are by people that misunderstand what it is and how it works. So I think straw manning what evolution is also a big problem. That people don't want to understand it because then it will conflict with the biblical account too much. That's just what I find, though. That is just anecdotal, admittedly.
No, that's a great observation. But go ahead, Cisa.
Sorry, brother. All right, so you seem to seem to be straw manning some of the young Earth creationists, trying to claim that a cow gave birth to an antelope, or they want to see that happen. That's your claim?
Well, I mean, I've got, I can certainly pull up video footage of Clint Hoven, claiming to want to see that kind of stuff. Whether or not that is facetious or not, I don't know. But it is sort of, you've never seen a X give birth to a Y. I don't know why that would be contentious at all.
Okay, I didn't say contentious, but I would say you're kind of strawman or misrepresenting him, because he's first he's saying over many generations, because we've been around a few thousand years now. We've seen many generations of cows, and they've all become cows.
Sure.
And then he goes on to say, before he says anything, he goes on to talk about bacteria, which have a reproduction life of what? It's a lot shorter than humans. So we would expect to see some kind of.
That's a scientific term. A lot shorter than humans. Yes.
Well, here's one of the.
I know what he means. It's a reproductive cycle. I know what he means. Yeah.
Okay, right. If you would like to know one of the barriers I have for evolution theory, it would be first of all mutation. Okay. Because mutation is actually a destructive biological force, and it seems to be that you guys believe it's creative, constructive biological force. It actually builds life forms and doesn't render them incapable of reproducing, by giving them disorders related to reproduction systems, immune systems, keep them from dying off from diseases. And to me, it just seems like mutation itself is a barrier for evolution. Another thing is the fact that you believe, like we were saying, the bacteria, okay, we want to see that become a new species, right? But it's the miracle that you believe in that a microorganism became a macroorganism. Like that's another barrier, is microorganisms becoming macroorganisms. I'd love to see that happen through a reproductive process that wouldn't be, say, naturally programmed like a gamete, you know, because they're single-celled and they become multicellular organisms, but it's not like a bacteria became one. And that's basically what you're suggesting, is that this Luca, this last universal common ancestor, a completely hypothetical organism that there's never been any fossils found of, okay? It's completely imaginary.
I mean, you would never be able. Come on, the one organism that lived billions of years ago. You want us to find that one fossil?
No, I mean, fossils, they represent a population, you know. So what we would expect to find is at least like a chunk of some bacteria, maybe like a mat.
What about the very first life forms that emerged?
Oh, those would be the I don't know, probably. What does the Bible say?
Dirt. God piled up dirt and breathed into it.
Created like all the animals from nothing.
But that's what I would go with. I'd go with that.
Well, I'd like to address your arguments because you went through a lot there. You sort of gish galloped along at a fair whack. So, so it's this whole idea of straw manning.
Two main points.
Well, no. Just a sec. Let me finish. I'll go through all of your points. Let me finish these sides. So you said that I straw manned your sort of creationist, but these are directly creationist arguments that have been given to me. I sort of said that's anecdotal from the creationists that I've talked to. I'm certainly not saying that's your position. However, that is some of the arguments we have had. But you weren't sort of giving why evolution is not true, so I couldn't really address your specific arguments. But it's good that you don't think that a cow came birth to a pine cone or whatever thing Hoven's throwing out there. The whole idea of many generations, it takes more than just a few generations. The changes are so slight that they have to add up over like millions of generations in order to do the fundamental changes that you're talking about. It's a very, very slow process. I'm so glad that you brought up bacteria, though, because we have the E. coli at Lenski Labs, the longest running evolution experiment ever, and they actually mutated to be able to eat citric acid. So that is an example of the mutation that you would expect to see. Now, the pressure is being put onto those bacteria aren't significant enough to make them mutate into a bird or something. That isn't what we'd expect to see. But we can, over a short term, in these experiments, show that mutations do happen. And you sort of said they're nothing but destructive. Well, Lenski Labs totally obliterates that, because there was that beneficial mutation for those E. coli to be able to metabolize citric acid. So that is untrue. And also, and I've discussed this at length, the way that Sanford said that, these populations would collapse, they would be annihilate. That isn't what we see over our long-term experiments. When we put it into practice, you have Dropsphilia, which is the fruit fly experiments, have been going on many, many years. Their mutations haven't caused them to degenerate to a point where they can't continue. It's not actually happening when we put it into practice. So unfortunately, what we see from our experiments completely debunks the idea that genetic entropy is somehow going to annihilate these populations. Lenski Lab's still going. Dropsphilia's experiments are still going. It's been a long time, a lot of generations. The mutation rates are not destroying them, because those mutations that accumulate past a certain point get removed from the gene pool. And I can sort of go into more about how that happens. A new species of bacteria, well, we've seen a sort of new a mutation among algae, the Cladomonas reinhardti, that basically had them turn from a unicellular organism to a multicellular organism. And I can certainly find you the paper on that if you would like. So I think that sort of jump from unicellular to multicellular is a significant change within the population, sort of showing that these beneficial mutations definitely do happen and contribute to a vast change in these organisms. This idea that you want to have Luca, it's the fact that we've traced it back genetically to Luca. And as I said before, even the genetic evidence alone would be absolutely, overwhelming in favor of evolution. The fact that we can trace this mitochondrial DNA back to a common female ancestor, even although there were other female Homo sapiens around at the time, shows that we definitely did evolve to this point. And the sort of things like, if you want to go into genetics, I'd love to go into human endogenous retroviruses, which show that with the 205 retroviruses that are shared between humans and chimpanzees, there is no possible way that they could have gotten there. Those viruses could have gotten there unless we shared a common ancestor.
Are you done? Are you good?
Yeah.
Talk about a gish
I'm fantastic. Thank you.
What
Well, that were all
that?
your points.
I got 9
He was just
points
addressing all the points. He was just addressing,
I was just addressing your
up.
points.
No, let me just
see, science.
point out real
If you
quick.
want to discuss one point at a time, bring up one point at a time. If you bring up many, I will address many.
Before your
Sure.
gish gap, you talked about how you weren't misrepresenting. People actually come on and tell you that pine cones became whatever and whatever.
They always accuse you of what they're doing.
It's tough when you're talking in front of people and they're probably not explaining themselves completely before you interrupt them. I mean, who knows? You know what's going on. But I believe what they mean is they believe that pine cones and cows have a common ancestor, or you believe that. You know, so like somewhere along the history of, time, there was a common ancestor of pine cones and cows, right? That's what you believe, right?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah. That's what you believe,
Okay.
right, Mark?
Yeah. So the genetic evidence does suggest that every single living organism came from a single genetic heritage. So the way that we know this is through stuff like the mutation rates, the endogenous retroviruses that we find markers in.
Believe that, like ERVs, genetic markers, a lot of things you mentioned are the reason that you believe that. So let's go over some of the points you talked about. First of all, you said that that happens, the change from speciation actually happens like from cow to antelope. If you would believe that ever happened, I don't know why you'd believe that would happen. But cow to antelope, you believe that happened very slowly over many generations, right? But then you also believe sometimes like mutation must happen fast because you believe that chimpanzees changed the humans in 3 million years, right?
Okay, so I never said that speciation happened from cow to antelope. What I said specifically that isn't something that we said that would happen. So you've gotten me completely wrong and misrepresenting me there. What I basically said, I'll just finish. I'll just address it. What I actually said was that cows and antelopes had a common ancestor, just like a lot of things had a common ancestor. Chimpanzees and humans had a common ancestor, and we can tell that by human endogenous retroviruses. That 205 of them are shared between us and chimpanzees, which is an incredible amount. And as we get further away from, to gorilla, to orangutan, we have less of these endogenous retroviruses shared, and the genetic code becomes less similar. It does really point to a nested hierarchy of trees.
Yeah, I know that's what you believe, but the truth is genetics are similar throughout the entire animal kingdom, And I know that you believe, hey, that means they all had a common ancestor. But the view of the creationists is that means that they had a common creator or a common programmer, if you would. But here what I want to point out about your first point, that it takes multiple generations to move or speciate from a cow to an antelope or a whale, because I believe that evolutionist theory or the narrative is that a land animal, much like a cow that produced milk, turned into a whale over millions and millions of years. Well, they believe that took millions and millions of hang on. They believe that took millions and millions of years, but they believe that a chimpanzee turned into a human in 3. What a miracle that chromosome 2 fusion must have been that made that change you believe in. I don't believe in that change, by the way. I think that people were made with that fusion in them.
No, I get that. I get that. I don't know why
So-
a god would design things like that. It seems very
Okay.
antithetical to sort of doing different designers to reuse something like that, like what appears to be
Well,
a
let me-
mistake
whole
and a
point-
fusion in order to sort of show that things are different. I never said that a cow turned into an antelope. I never said a cow turned into a whale. So I don't know why you keep saying that, because that's never what I said.
Right. Wasn't
It's basically that an ancestor of a cow turned into both a cow and an antelope, or a cow and a whale. Where they diverge from the points, you've got to go back for. And as I've kept saying, we have a lot of genetic evidence to suggest that is the case. Whales and cows do have endogenous retroviruses that are on exactly the same part of the genome and exactly the same virus. So
Which
they
one?
do
Which
share
one?
these things.
No, which ERVs are?
Well, I would have to look it up, but I know that
Oh,
there's
look it up
definitely
for
one
me
shared
then.
by fish
Just
and humans. So I would be able
These are all
to grab that for you.
assume that there are
Um,
like ERVs between
And I'll
I-
let you guys go back and
whales.
forth
To
one
assume-
more time, and then I'm just going to get Ember in, and we'll just keep on going.
Yeah. No, lean forward to your mic. It makes you more convincing. Go for it. So the whole idea that you make this claim that it was created and designed individually, I think that's a claim that you really need to back up, because you're throwing that out as a knowledge claim that you know this has happened. So what evidence do you have that these things were designed separately as sort of individual products, if you will? What evidence do you have of that?
Away from the whale thing. I mean, you really do believe that a cow-like creature became a whale, and it seems like you actually believe a cow became a whale, like our bovine that we have now. When in the evolution narrative, it's actually a cow-like creature, not a cow. But here's my point. You believe that evolution happens fast, slow, and sometimes apparently not at all for hundreds of millions of years. If that's true, how am I supposed to know if it even happens? If you believe it happens
so
fast,
I sort of
slow, I mean by multiple generations, because you're again misrepresenting the young Earth creationist view, because they go and explain to you that they even understand that you believe it takes multiple generations for speciation to occur. But what they're asking is for you to give a little evidence of speciation that actually happens in the
And
animal
then-
kingdom. In the
However,
animal kingdom,
when-
where you'd expect to see it, a bunch of animals. Sorry.
No. When I'm good with that question, but when Mark responds, Mark, please tell me when you're done, and then no one else respond, just so I can get Ember in to join us.
Sure, no problem at all. Now I'll share my screen, and this is just an artist representation, but this is sort of what they sort of estimate the ancestor of cows and whales look like, a very early mammal that is related to both and evolved into all kinds of other things as well. So yeah, it doesn't look much like a whale, doesn't look much like a cow. Now, you're straw manning my position again, because apparently, like leaning forward to the mic. Can we have sort of one person talk at a time, or have you got no self-control? You've got no self-control, no discipline.
Wait, Mark. Maybe if I let you talk.
No, you have no discipline. You have no discipline. I never said that a cow turned into an antelope or a cow turned into whales. Everybody heard me specifically say that, yet you bring it up again, which is really weird. It's like you don't listen. So you're straw manning my position again. What I said is there was an ancestor of both the cow and the whale. One kept on land, one went into the water. As James pointed out, cows still give milk. So and we call female whales cows. They are cows. That's what we call them, because they do give milk and they did share a common ancestor. And we have a ton of genetic information that shows the same. I mean, I can look up the ERVs that are shared by cows and whales, but you have to acknowledge that and say, hey, I was wrong.
Yeah, it's cows.
No discipline.
Baby whales are called cows.
And all right.
Yeah, I'm
Mark,
done, Amy. You can bring in Ember.
Fantastic. And with that, we are going to bring in Ember.
But before Ember speaks, can I just talk about his supposed like ERVs between whales and cows that he wanted to talk about? He did mention that, right? Didn't you say like ERVs between whales and cows?
We'll have plenty of time to talk about ERVs.
Yeah. I mean, the only ERVs I know that have been identified are between, animals that evolutionists think matter.
And I'm gonna.
You mean
letting the
ERV responsible for placental development? Are you aware that the whale has a placenta?
Good chat, Mark. How about that Pakicetus that you brought up? The animal you see in front of you is a Pakicetus. He believes that animal changed into a whale over hundreds of millions of years. Oh, not even that. I think it was like
not
tens
hundreds
of
of millions
of
years
years.
for Pachycetus. Yeah, just a few million
Yeah.
years.
But
And
they
then it
believe
turned into that.
Yeah, they can move pretty quick sometimes.
See this?
But before you were conflating species. We have lots of examples of speciation. We can show you that all day long. It's just that you guys shift the goalposts.
See, I feel
you have more examples of speciation
but
than
see science
than the Australopithecus.
and
or
I will let
the-
you I'll let you
That's
say
not an
something
argument,
before I
Seaside.
hand it over to Ember. But this is why I keep on saying the two different models are what Mark just said to you, and God did it. That's why I keep on going back to the alternative model, because you're like, it happened over this many millions or billions of years, but the alternative is it happened instantaneously, correct? Like,
Well, not necessarily instantaneously, but however God accomplished the deed.
But we can show
It's
you
not-
speciation. It's just you guys shift the goalpost, and then you want to see things go from an amoeba to a whale.
Oh, I don't
But I
want to
just-
see. I want to see a single speciation event in the animal kingdom that we've witnessed. You know, just one
Before
example.
we
Just
get-
one example in the animal kingdom where an animal has changed into a new species and can no
Yeah,
longer
Darwin's
reproduce
finches. Perfect
themselves.
example. There you go.
And
I have a
there
question
is-
for you, Seaside.
well,
Whales placental. Are whales placental?
Yeah, whales are considered mammals. They give milk. We all know that. Creationists
Well,
understand.
not all mammals are placental. There's also like kangaroos. They're not placental mammals. They're marsupials. Same
Right,
with
Platypus
right.
lays
So
eggs, right?
whales are placental, which means that the system responsible for that placenta was actually an endogenous retrovirus. They share it with humans and cows.
It's part.
Can you
of-
imagine being the first to catch that virus? Like, what the hell is going on in my uterus?
also, I'm not the first person to make this joke, but because the platypus has eggs and milk, it can make its own custard.
And no stomach. The platypus has no stomach. Did you know
Really?
that? I
Yeah,
didn't know
we found that
I
out
know
recently on whose stream was it? Was
the
it one of
platypus
Doc's
has no stomach. So much for the like, oh, they're like cars and they've got the same design. Well, looks like God forgot the gas tank on one of them because the platypus has no stomach.
What does it just go straight to the intestines, or how does it digest it?
It's got
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
pseudo gizzard kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. God
But-
forgot the gas tank.
The platypus is like evolutionist kryptonite.
Not at all.
Oh, it's
Just
Yeah,
because
no
because it's catastrophic to the creationist model, so we have to project
Oh.
it onto you evolutionists and make it your problem.
Well, not really. It's a great thing for creationists because
It proves
has
that God
no
gets
ancestry.
drunk.
Fossil ancestry is a platypus. It's a
animal.
bigger
He
platypus.
loves
than
milk
fossil
and
ancestry.
just like
Yeah,
us,
no, I know.
except it has a beak.
I know a lot more
no,
about
it's,
fossils than
it's
the-
related to the other extant echinoderm. It's related to
Yeah.
the
Yeah, your
what is
imagination.
it? The,
Pouch
So basically,
marsupials.
They're related.
no. It's the echidna.
Well,
Gotcha.
another good thing about platypus for creationists is it has a duckbill-like structure. Although it's made out of different
Yeah, but it's not the
material,
same as a duckbill.
It's-
Yeah, different
it's-
material.
it's made out of
So
different
Ray
material.
Comfort
Like
runs
squids
around
have beaks,
asking
so-
for a crocoduck for all these years, and then here's a critter that's clearly a mammal but also has duck characteristics, and that's a problem for evolution?
It absolutely is because between animals in the animal kingdom.
And the M word you were looking
It's
for.
like-
Correction, it's monotrems or the
Monotremes. Yeah, I'm so
And-
sorry, I forgot.
are not believed to be closely related like a duck and a platypus. They're not believed to be closely related. But yet
Of
they have
course
the
not.
same exact appearing structure on their
No.
face.
It's
Even
not
though
the
it's
same
made out of
exact thing. It's
different
made out of
materials.
something different. Yes, that's right. It's called
It's made out of
it's called
different materials.
parallel
Mark,
evolution.
you're making my point. You're making my point.
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, no, it's like
But it's
the
like
octopus eyeball evolved separately than the human eyeball, and we know this because they use a different design structure. In fact, the
would you believe
octopus
they're
eyeball
the
is
same for that,
superior because it doesn't have the blind spot that we do. So we know that those things, one did not evolve from the other. Like it wasn't like we have a lineage shared with the octopus evolution. It's like bat wings and bird wings, right? They evolved to do the same job, so they are similar, but they're not the same. And the same is true with the platypus. It has a similar bill than a duck, but it is not the same. There's some very, very strong differences between them, but they evolved to do the same job, and that's why they are similar.
See, Science, you have 15 seconds to finish. I feel bad. I keep on giving you short times, but we have to get Ember in. But I'll give you all the time after Ember does his intro.
All right. All right.
It's true, but I have to give him his intro.
Well, I'm gonna
Sorry.
His
Oh, no,
ERV
you're fine.
argument there the most because he believes that ERVs are from common ancestry when there could be a different reason. It could be from a like environment, like virus infections. If you really believe that virus infections led to those abilities, then you really believe that a virus infecting a host is what caused those changes. That's hilarious. Let's talk about that after Ember.
And all right, Amber, whatever you'd like to say as an intro, and then once you're done, we are going to go for about 20, 30 more minutes of open mic, and then we're going to go to outros, and then we are heading out because we have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true. But Amber, anything very dedicated you want to say about anything we're going to talk about tonight?
Okay, so it's been a very evolution-heavy night, and I've been getting a lot of info from the creation side, a lot of actual science from the science side, and I'm finding myself wanting to try to reconcile these two crazy positions. So I'm sitting here thinking, what if we understand that correlation does not equal causation? So what if evolution is just an illusion? What we see as changes from generation to generation, accumulating and accumulating, is the process by which the intelligent designer of your choice is creating new life forms. Because this guy's supposed to be outside of time, right? So from his perspective, every new creature is in fact poofed into existence instantaneously.
What do you think, Steve Science?
Yeah, that sounds like a creationist philosophy right there. Is that what you hold, or is that just a hypothetical philosophy for someone to hold? Like a stepping stone to becoming
I'm speculating. I'm speculating.
Yeah.
I'm trying to resolve the difference. Harmonize
Okay.
the ideas, I suppose.
Yeah, then if you're looking for confirmation that a creationist like me would believe that, then no, you'll get no confirmation of that from me. So.
Oh, curses. I'll have to try.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
good shot, though.
Is there's a lot of barriers for evolution, and that's why evolution is not true. One that we sort of covered was mutation is a destructive biological force, according to science.
But if everything is controlled by an all-powerful God, and it all does the actualizing his plan, then it shouldn't be possible for mutations to be destructive, because that's how he's going about creating new creatures. So the fact that some mutations are destructive kind of falsifies the God hypothesis, just right there.
Yeah, and that's basically it would for the biologos people, you know, and that's why I don't believe in biologos or evolution at all. I don't believe the biologos philosophy that God controls evolution to create the many forms.
Well, I mean, what's the alternative? That God doesn't control evolution? Then whence
I
come this
appreciate
new
that
creatures?
you're trying to provide like a stepping stone for people, like to come to your belief system. Like that's a good way, and to like sort of weave a web of uncertainty, or just like how it's called, but. Like where you're going is a good way to teach people. Like if you're really trying to reach people. Like for me, I try to make a stepping stone for atheists. You know, hey, maybe there is a creator. It doesn't have to be this particular one. So I'm doing the same thing. You know, it's yeah.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of believers who also subscribe to evolution. They just perceive it as that's the way God chose to do things, whatever their God of choice happens to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians that prescribe to evolution. That's true. But there's also Bible-believing creationists that don't. And that's the majority of Christians are ones that believe the Bible. Because a belief in the
I
Bible...
don't think that's true.
Okay, yeah, you can deny it. But a belief in the Bible doesn't allow belief in evolution, at least human evolution.
I don't think that's true either.
Well,
Yeah,
the
it
Bible
seems to.
describes, at least the book of Genesis, the Hebrew Bible describes, not to get into that, but since you brought it up, we're going to go into biologos. It describes man being created in full form, a walking man that's capable of speech. So the Bible doesn't allow belief in evolution, at least human evolution. I mean, if you want to go and be like, all the other animals evolved before man, and we're going to put some
say
time
it's a
there.
metaphor. It doesn't have to be literal.
It's a metaphor, right?
Yeah.
So they think it's the same as like the talking donkey. Do you think that there was a talking donkey in the Bible?
Yeah, see, now you're going to attack the Bible, but again, you guys are bringing up the Bible.
Well, no.
And what we're here to talk about
You brought up the
why
Bible.
evolution is not true.
You just brought up the Bible.
Oh, what? No,
This
no,
is
you
like
brought
Ken
up the Bible.
This is like Ken Hovind who reads from the Bible during a debate and then says, "Well, we're talking about the Bible. I don't want to talk about.
See, however
I'm
you
not
want
here to talk about the Bible."
We could talk about why evolution is not true if you'd like, because there are barriers for evolution that you
Well,
have to
then
deal
leave
with.
out the Bible. The Bible has no influence on
like-
whether the evolution is true, and your preferences, like, oh, I don't want this to be. It's got nothing to do whether it's true or not. It's just your wishful thinking.
So let me ask, Science, what is your biggest roadblock to believing that evolution is true? That thinking that evolution is not true. What's your biggest stumbling block?
The biggest run right now for me is the nature of mutation.
The nature of mutation.
Yeah. It's because mutation is the main biological force that the theory of evolution relies on to create the many forms of animals. But it only seems to be a destructive force, one that creates disorders, one that creates new kinds of cancers. SFT is here, yeah.
Okay. I mean,
I got distracted by everyone just going, well,
Donnie started it, right? We didn't start it.
It's true. We're all just reacting like programmed robots.
Yeah, absolutely. When somebody says something, we just ape them. We're really just.
But that's true. I will say, upcoming debate that maybe I think we're setting that up: the double decker versus Kent. But okay,
James W. Is that you? Is that you, James?
It is me. Oh, James.
Oh, awesome.
Amy and James. Yeah. Me and Amy versus Kent is coming on.
Yeah, Donnie, I've been in 8 hours. I'm just getting warmed up, mate. Okay, so the whole idea of sort of bringing up the Bible as it cannot be true.
I'm not drunk yet. I'm just getting started.
I'm just getting started. Just the whole idea is that we want to look at the evidence, not just sort of go to the Bible and say, hey, because the Bible says it can't be true, then it can't be true. I think I'll like sort of voice back to Amy talking about what sort of adheres to reality or not, like whether it adheres to reality. And just the fact is that saying there's no beneficial mutations just is not true. I brought up a couple C-sites. I don't know why you sort of brushed them off. I brought up Lenski Labs. I brought up the Chlamydius reinhardti. I brought up the algae is what I brought up, and that were just a couple of them. I could go into more if you would like. Trichomia is definitely a beneficial mutation for women, because that's the only people that get them. There's a lot of these sort of beneficial mutations. HIV tolerant, what am I thinking of? It's not immunity, but it's sort of a
resistance.
Resistance, is definitely a mutation that helps out. And sort of you brought up ERVs, and it could have just come into the sort of could come into the cell anywhere. That can't happen. And the reason why is because when you have a cell with sort of DNA inside of it, and then you get a retrovirus that inserts its own DNA, it will make a very specific place on the genome, and it will use transcriptase and integrase, well, the integrase to insert itself and the transcriptase to transcribe itself, its own DNA into that chain. Now, the chances of that happening on the same cell in the same place are so ridiculously improbable to be almost impossible.
Well,
And
that sounds like an argument from incredulity.
Well, it's the fact that you have like sort of the placental development one, right? For instance, all mammals have that ERV there. All of them do.
It's one of the things that makes a mammal, which I would argue is further evidence that that mutations, including and especially ERVs, are software packages, downloads from the intelligent designer. Like, hey, here's your upgrade. Now you have placentas.
Well, that's weird that he makes it look like a virus and has like the ENV gag pole structure as well as the long terminal repeats on the other end, on the ends, which is created by integrase making the cuts in the DNA to insert itself.
Almost like it was designed that way?
Well, it's a weird design to make it look exactly like, you know, when we look at science, we don't go, hey, well, let's see if we can find any conceivable reason why this would look like a retrovirus. And we have such a swath of evidence of the type of damage that retrovirus leaves and the structure when it inserts itself into DNA. So I don't know why we would say, hey, it was a magic man, when the simpler explanation is just it was an ERV. I don't know why we would say that. You're more than welcome, Donnie. I'm happy to round two, mate. More than happy.
Dun, 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 dun.
Look, I got to admit, I got a soft spot for Donnie. I like Donnie. I can't help myself. I disagree with him. I still like him.
SFT.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a fair moderator.
He's a good sport.
Watch out! This time I have a fancy hat, Donnie. Don't forget about that. Don't underestimate the hat. Yeah, absolutely.
He's came on here and got grilled by Peter, and he took it like a good sport.
Hats like
who? Donnie?
To...
Peter can grill. He's a grill master. Sorry, Ember.
Oh, it's all good. I was just saying that hats like ERVs are software upgrades.
A software upgrade for my head? Okay.
Yeah. It like it gives you more room for your brain to stretch out, like leg room for a brain. Yeah.
Oh, she could go all night.
I always say, generally speaking,
it's 4 a.m. where I am. I'm just winging it.
See,
Nice.
if anyone, you know, we're probably gonna be going out in 20 minutes. But if a creationist joins, we'll probably go on for a few more hours, a few more days. How much time do you have?
The preacher will be here. We may be here a week.
Week or two, exactly.
Oof. Perry.
A week of listening to Perry. Yeah.
Ooh, he's going to be on all week.
Well, it does take a minute to finish a sermon properly, you know?
And reading Bible verses to us, too, backwards.
Oh, backwards.
Welcome to the party, Caterpillar.
It's the only way to get to the Bible code.
Exactly.
Mark, are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? I've got a whole page here full of marks.
I've never been more ready in my life. Have you got the arguments from Donnie?
Allow me to steel man your argument, Mark. First of all, you believe that I am claiming a straw man, which is that the Bible proves the theory of evolution isn't true. I never claimed that once. I'm trying to steer clear of the Bible. Dude brought up biologos. Dude brought up religion. I'm sticking to the science, so let's stick to the science. You believe ERVs proves that humans are related to chimps and other animals are related to other animals, and you don't believe that the ERVs are front-loaded or placed there in the beginning as basically software, or that the ERV section of the genome is basically an operating system for the genome, something that commands the rest of the genome, and that it's, you know, that these sites are actually interdependent systems, and the reason all mammals have them is possibly because the same image was used to create all animal forms. You believe that the ERV preferences, the ERVs are coming in through virus infections, okay? You believe that the only way that two animals can have it in the same exact site in an animal genome, okay, is because they have a common ancestry, and I'm here to tell you that is not the case. Some of the reasons for the preference sites of ERVs is actually the way that and the nature of a virus and how it infects a host. Because a virus has to match the DNA of the genome of the animal that its host is, that it infects. That's why some viruses can't infect other animals, because they don't possess the DNA gene that it can attach to. Now, the reason that these preference sites exist, okay, and where they're at is because of the nature of the virus. It will actually affect that part of the genome on a mammal because it's a mammal. That's why cats, dogs, and humans can all catch some of the same viruses, and you have interspecies viruses. Another reason for these genetic markers, such as genes that are common between animals, beyond ERVs, you have genetic markers that are actually genes that match between animals. They're actually pretty short genes in the most case. But here again, you have an instance where the same image is used to create many forms. Okay, so you'd expect to see that. You would expect to see that all the Legos, you know, the same Legos were used to create all the same forms if the same creator was making these forms, basically. You don't believe... All right, so yeah, if you don't believe that ERVs are front-loaded, then I challenge you, how could such interdependent systems like ERV operating systems and genomes exist? That's my question to you. The creator didn't
Righty ho. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So you basically said that I was straw manning you. I'm not sure how. I'm not saying
you
like
you're straw manning the
Bible
theory.
up.
You're straw manning.
Yeah.
Because I never claimed that the Bible
Have some
proves
control
the
over
theory of
yourself.
evolution
Have some
to be
control
true.
over yourself. So you were the one that brought up the Bible. I was simply addressing what you said about it. So I'm not sure why you would sort of say that. ERVs are front-loaded an operating system. We're not a computer system. I don't know why you would sort of say that. But again, I've already addressed that, saying that even the long-term and repeats are not part of the code, if you will. They are part of the damage done by the insertion of that genetic sequence into the DNA of the host. So that is not part of the sequence, yet they are still there. All mammals have them. Yes, there's even ones that we share with fish, strangely enough. You're sort of saying how it infects the host that hatches a match. It is true that viruses do go for certain organisms because that's the ones that they infect. However, most of them do have a broad spectrum that they can infect. And even if that were true, it would still affect different animals in different places because it doesn't choose what section of the genome as it's bundled inside the cell it goes for. What it does is it just goes for the optimal place, the closest place to the edge. So you will narrow the amount that it inserts itself in because it will only insert around the outside, but that's still a massive area. All of that has been accounted for when we say that it could insert anywhere. Yes, there are limited places it can be, but those limited places are still in the thousands or even up to hundreds of thousands. It's not limited like, oh, it just goes for this specific part of the genome. Completely and utterly incorrect. It just selects this closest insertion point anywhere on the outside of that cell, and that's how it does it. And sort of all of that's accommodated by the ridiculous percentage of this. And don't forget that these ERVs, we have seen them insert themselves time and time again. HIV is a retrovirus. We see it insert into people, and we have seen that virus mutate so it actually prevents disease and gives resistance to HIV. So we have seen these things turn beneficial. And that answers your question, how can independent systems have them? Because not all mammals are placental mammals. There are differences because marsupials split before that placental change occurred. So the marsupials, they use a pouch system. They're different. And the metronomes, and thank you for grabbing that sort of family name, Amy, they split before even then. So they are egg laying, which means that they never got that endogenous retrovirus that caused mammals to be mammals. So the platypus still lays eggs. And that's why it explains it perfectly. But you cannot explain why in 205 separate locations in the chimpanzee and human, that virus has inserted to exactly the same place in the genome when it could have been any place among thousands and thousands and thousands.
It occurs to me that for that map
reasons
to
for the
be the way it
preferences.
is,
Hang on, Amber. Let me just talk to this guy because he's really trying to talk at me. Listen, Mark Reid. ERVs, if you really don't believe that they're front-loaded, like the majority of, I just let you talk for like 5 minutes. If you really don't believe that ERVs are front-loaded, they're not part of an independent operating system that affects the genome, I challenge you to read a paper about preference sites that I can leave in the chat right now, and it tells you the reason that ERVs choose preference sites. Do you know how many like ERVs there are between humans and chimps?
205.
205.
I've said it like multiple times.
How many? No, how many ERV sections, like actually gene code sections, are like between humans and chimps? Actual individual sections of gene code are alike that are ERV sections. How many are there? Is there more than a dozen?
205. Yeah, I keep saying it.
Yeah, there's 205 out of hundreds, out of tens of thousands of ERV sites. Now, why are there so few like ERVs between chimps and humans? Ember, you can open up anytime you want to. That's all I wanted to say to this, man. So you can see the other side.
Yep.
Why are there so few ERV likenesses between chimps and humans, dude? If we actually evolved in the last 3 million years, how come there's only a handful of them in tens of thousands of ERVs? Mm-hmm. Tell me.
Yeah, sure. Because mutation happens, right? And that the chances, because the ERV has to be fixed and endogenized, so it has to be in every cell, the mutation has to happen in the germline. So it has to happen in the sperm or the egg. So you're talking not of an individual being infected, you're talking about an egg or a sperm being infected. So it has to happen in that germline. And there's a much less chance of that happening in a germline. It just doesn't.
Yeah, the only mutations that are handed down, or horizontally even, okay, are ones that happen to the gamete, dude, because they're the only genes that are passed. So yeah, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell me something I don't know? Why don't you tell me why there are so few ERV sites between chimps and humans?
Yes, but I'm not talking about a retrovirus like HIV, a retrovirus infecting one of your cells. What I'm talking about is a retrovirus infecting, not mutations, infecting a sperm and egg, which is the germ line.
Yeah, like I said, a mutation that happens to the gamete, okay, to the sperm or egg,
I'm not
is
talking
the
about
only
mutations.
mutation that can be handed on to new generations because, okay, those are the two cells that are, combining. So
yes, but I'm
tell
not
me
talking
why there
about
are
mutations.
so few ERV likenesses between chimps and humans. You believe that the reason that we're related is because there's a handful. Why are there so few?
Yeah, I'll try to make this simpler. The reason why the ERV sequence or the endogenized retroviral sequence is in every single cell of your body is because the only time that can happen is when meiosis, the cell division, when you are like originally born, copies that infection to every single cell in your body. So that means that it was the germline that was infected. The egg or the sperm was infected by a virus. So it's not the same as just somebody getting a HIV and their cells becoming infected. Because then what happens is they're in different... Hang on, let me finish. Then they would be in different parts of their cells all over their body. And we can tell that's happening because they do attack random. They do have preferential sites, but they attack random places. So that's what we find. So in the case of endogenous retroviruses, we know that virus infected the germline, and that is a very rare occurrence.
Yeah. Yeah, so why do chimps and humans share so few if you really believe that they're related in the past 3 million?
And I will say
just
before
told you.
you answer that, Mark, and you can answer it again if you want, but we
Yeah,
got
no answer.
unless someone else decides to join,
Go reach
anyone
for
is
it.
welcome to, but we
Yeah, I
are
just told you.
probably going to be wrapping up unless it gets any spicier. This has been Skeptic and Ranting, why evolution is not true. It has actually been a fun back and forth, but yeah, time to get in your last questions or answers.
And spiciness.
Yeah,
And
the point is that we shouldn't, if we are created separately, the humans and the chimps shouldn't share one, much less 205. It should be that that viral mutation is in a different place in our development, or it's a different virus in our development that it is in chimp development, because somewhere along the line, a chimp germline, a sperm or an egg would have had to be infected by, let's call it the same virus, by some freak of nature. The chances of them happening to infect the same area at the same point is almost impossible. And then you've got to repeat that 205 times with that virus infecting exactly the same place. Now, sort of creationists want to say, oh, well, God front-loaded it like that when there is literally zero evidence for that. We've seen infections happen in germlines. We see that the organism has that GAG ENV pole structure. I don't see any reason to invoke any kind of magic to put it there. It's just wishful thinking and trying to wave away the similarities between endogenous retroviruses in us and chimpanzees. Like a massive portion of your genome is endogenous retrovirus, and it's not just chimpanzees. We share ones with other mammals, with fish, with they're just spread out everywhere. Oh, so Evolution News is not actually an evolution site. By the way, that's actually a creationist site that has been doled up. So everyone's aware of this. It's Evolution News and Science Today. It's actually a creationist site that tries to debunk it. So I'll go straight to the paper, which will be great. One relevant study. Here we go. Let's go directly to the paper. Yeah, no. See, Science, Evolution News and Science Today is not a real journal. It's not. It's yeah.
You can kind of tell by the trending on the side. Joe Rogan and Stephen Meyer, Big Bang refuted. William Shatner and Our Privileged Planet. It's wow, yeah. It's kind of ridiculous looking.
So you disagree with the information, right? Not with who was liking it. I mean, I know who likes the information, but you would disagree with the information there. Why the ERVs might have preferences, but why again? Why are there so few? Why only a handful of ERVs sections between chimps and humans?
Yeah,
I mean, I know that
mutation
only is passed on if it happens to the gamete. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. The only mutation that's beneficial that gets passed on happens to the gamete too. So evolution depends on mutations that happen within the gamete. So how rare is it?
Of course it does, but there's a big difference between handing down your genome and mutation happening in the copying of a gamete than a virus infecting the specific cell that is the sperm or the egg. Yeah.
Well, it all depends on. It's because of the nature of viral infection. It's because of how viruses act within the DNA of the genome, of an animal, man, of a plant. Even plants can get viruses too. They have DNA. The reason that is because there's viruses that contain viruses. What they are is they're little sections of RNA or DNA floating around. Okay. And when they get onto you, they infect your genome, and they can only attach where they match your DNA or RNA. And that's how they infect you. Now, the reason that there's preference sites for ERVs is because ERVs are viruses. And if you really believe that they're not front-loaded and you believe that they're due to viral infection, if that's really what you're going with, then I got to ask you, why are there so few between chimps and humans?
How many preference sites are there?
How many viruses are there? I just explained it to you. The virus is a piece of RNA or DNA floating around, and the way that it infects a host is that it has to match the host's DNA or RNA. That's why some viruses can only infect some species, and some viruses are interspecies viruses.
Well, not all species are retroviruses.
Huh?
And not all viruses are retroviruses, and the fact that we can
No, they're
identify
not. You're absolutely
retroviruses
right.
shows that that's the thing that happens. Like, some viruses do go to the nucleus, insert themselves, and start making changes. We can observe that in laboratories, so we know how that works. That's why we draw the conclusions about the endogenous ones.
Yeah, we know how viruses infect the genome, and all viruses have matching sections of code. Okay, like if you understand virus theory, this is all theory that we're talking about because it's virus theory. Okay, but the theory is that viruses, okay, it's not a theory that they're pieces of DNA and RNA, but it's all theory of how they infect the host.
Okay.
How they work.
I would like to read from Sea Science's paper now the conclusions that they made from this. Genetic studies indicated that. No. I'd like to read from your paper that you sort of pointed me to.
Well, what you're
Genetic
looking for is in the
indicated
Q&A
humans
part
and
of the
chimpanzees
paper.
are the most closely related pair for most of the genome. However, so some fraction of the genome, they are not. Such data is consistent with the model in which alleles segregated differently upon the three eventual lineages. Some alleles that were polymorphic in the common ancestor of the gorilla, chimpanzees, and humans became fixed within the common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees before the latter two lineages separated. Thank you for that paper, Sea Science. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. I hope that you read the Q&A part of it because that's the section that actually includes the part about preference sites.
Oh no, I'm reading the paper that they misrepresented, not the article. I go to papers, not sort of your silly sites.
And all right, we have a new person to join the panel. Sea Science, you might be getting back up. We'll find out.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Though we are definitely only going for 30 to 40 more minutes because we're going to be to hour 4 at that time. But I'm looking forward to the back and forth. We are skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true. Whoa. Donnie, what is up, SF2?
Hey,
we
man.
are skeptic and ranting.
Get an ERV expert, I'm happy.
On why evolution is not true. It is wonderful to have you on.
But before Donnie, and I hope he's pleased with me. I hope one last question for Mark Reid. Amy, just one last question. Why do some animals share ERVs with humans? Now, hang on, Ember. Why do some animals share ERVs with humans, like mice, and humans share ERVs that chimps and humans don't? Would that confuse you? Or say, like, if we were to find an ERV within a gorilla that chimps don't have that humans do, would that confuse the hell out of you? Back to you, Donnie.
It doesn't. I just read out the paper that explained it, so, I don't know what to tell you.
And all right, we are skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true. Welcome on board, Donnie, and what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, Amy and James, firstly, it is a privilege to be here for your awesome late night open mic. We have that in common. I enjoy my late night streams and open mic. Secondly, Mark, my good man, you have better endurance than me. And so I must confess, typically after 4 or 5 hours, I am discombobulated. But I just got done relaxing, watching a movie with the wife, and she fell asleep. And so I decided to turn into YouTube and see what's going on.
Yeah, okay.
And I was like, you know what? ERVs, Mark Reid on Amy's channel. I can't resist.
Made it offer you couldn't
refuse. To be here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Amy and James, we're going to be doing 2v1 plus open mic night coming up, so that should be fun. Mark will be there for the open mic part for sure.
Probably, yeah.
Ready, and my body is willing for Dr. Dino.
So, Mark, nice hat. I'm jealous. Firstly,
everyone is.
Yeah, I'm 1,000% jealous. I love awesome hats, and that is way more awesome than any hat I have.
I had to put the cell phone closer to my face to see if that was one of those like Snapchat or Facebook. What do they call those things when you can
like a filter?
Yeah, a filter. There, you can tell it's late. I couldn't think of the word. or legit, and it's legit, so that's impressive. So anyways, it's good to be here, and yeah, I think there were some points and questions that were advanced by Mark that I think are good. They're legit, and I think as creationists we need to have good answers to those arguments and challenges. Mark, if it's okay with you, since I did just join, I did catch bits and pieces of the discussion, but can you take some time to reiterate why you believe endogenous
I softened
retroviruses
them up
are?
for you, SFT. Oh, that
Well,
one. Sorry.
I know you guys are best buds. Yeah, so Mark, take your time. Maybe just go over briefly why you believe.
So I went through the basic ERV sequence of integrase making a cut, causing long terminal repeats in the edges of it, inserting the or transcribing that sequence into the DNA of the host. Essentially, it is selected at random around the outside of selection areas of where it integrates to. C Science was suggesting, or at least it sounded to me like he was suggesting, that it was specific places where it does have preference for places, but really it's the closest entry point to the genome on the outside of the cell it is infecting. I also explained that it cannot be the case that he suggested they were infecting the body like normal retroviruses do. I said that cannot happen because it has to infect the germline. He was trying to say, why do we only share 205 with chimpanzees? My response was 205. We shouldn't even share one if they are retroviral insertions, because the chances of them being in the same place is so minuscule. 205, we shouldn't even see that. He brought up that they were front-loaded in some way. I don't see any reason to believe they are front-loaded. They have all the hallmarks of retroviruses, and I see no evidence to suggest that is the case. I think that's about it. I'm trying to sum up a large discussion into a very short amount of time.
Okay, Mark, I appreciate that.
Was that okay, C Science? Did I misrepresent you in any way? I wouldn't like to misrepresent people.
Yeah, and well, I think I've got.
I wasn't really listening, brother. I don't know. I was just kind of chatting with Amy.
Okay, well, let's just say it is. If I misrepresented, that's.
Well, did you ever answer the question of why ERVs?
Well, Mark, let me just go back and forth with Mark. Well, there's two Marks, I guess. So, C Science, let me go back and forth with Mark on this topic in order to avoid too many rabbit trails there. So, essentially,
go for it.
You would argue, Mark, that the 205 full ERVs, as you pointed out, LTR, GAG, POL, and ENV components of the ERV. Actually, Amy, if you don't mind, I've got a diagram of what Mark's talking about with the ERV on screen. If you could, I think that'd be helpful for all of us. Okay.
Ooh, infinite regress.
There we go. So yeah, that brief moment. So as Mark was saying, we've got your classic ERV. We got different classes of retrotransposons or retro elements. ERV is one of them. And so you can see the structure, as Mark has pointed out, LTR, GAG, POL, and ENV, or envelope protein. So this same structure is what we see with retroviruses as well. Exogenous retroviruses like your HIV, which would infect from outside. Endogenous meaning occurs from within. And so that sequence similarity would suggest to the evolutionist that these were ultimately derived from ancient exogenous retroviral infection. So, Mark, you would say those 205 plus you've got thousands of solo LTRs, right? That basically lack your key endogenous retroviral components. Those being shared between.
I just want to point out really quickly, and exogenous from the outside would infect in different places, and they have done tests to show that is the case.
Well, I agree that
you agree with
external viral infection occurs for sure. And we find nested hierarchical patterns in the distribution. I do remember you pointing out that we share more with the chimpanzee than we do with the gorilla or the orangutan or the old world, new world monkeys. So I think the question is, if these are actually viral infections, how can a creationist explain independently 200 plus endogenous retroviral elements integrating into the exact same genetic loci in humans and chimps if they were not inherited from a common ancestor, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so the question that I typically ask, and it's definitely not new to you, Mark, is are these really the ancient remnants of past viral infections, or are they mostly created units of DNA function? If they're created units of DNA function, at least the fixed ones, okay, we can get into that, then the reason why they are shared, let's say the 205 plus the thousands of solo LTRs that we find, is for common design reasons. The same reason all modes of transportation share an engine in common, if they are created units of DNA function. Now, I would argue that we do have examples of true endogenous retroviruses, but those would generally occur at a low frequency. For example, I typically cite a paper where they examine HERVs, human endogenous retroviruses, and there's a subset of the human population that has a very specific HERV. And so I think we can safely conclude, yeah, that is the result of a true endogenization event, where basically an exogenous retrovirus integrated into the germ cell lines, egg or sperm, and then managed to be passed on to become endogenous. So I do believe that that happens, but I would argue the majority are reflective of initial design. And one reason I'd like you to speak to this, Mark, and take as long as you need. One reason why your endogenous retroviruses share that sequence similarity with exogenous retroviruses, the GAG, the POL, the ENV, the LTRs, is because amazingly, one of their functional roles involves tumor suppression. And they do this through viral mimicry. And so basically, transcribed ERVs, they give the cell the appearance of being invaded by an external and harmful retrovirus. And as a result, by the way, this is stimulated by the P53 protein, the guardian of the genome, basically. The immune system targets that cell with more destruction, which as a result destroys those tumor cells. But this functional role can only be carried out if the endogenous retrovirus looks like the exogenous retrovirus that it's mimicking. And so it requires the GAG, the POL, the ENV, and the LTRs to perform that functional role. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. So when you say sort of, so I did get the exogenous, and I really want people to understand this. If an exogenous retrovirus, and that's one coming from outside that hasn't been infected the germline and become endogenous or a part of the normal genetic makeup, if that infects, it will be in all different parts of the genome in different cells. It will be in different parts. So I just want to make that clear. What is your mechanism? And I want to ask this sort of hypothetically. So if you've got these endogenous retroviruses, they have the same pattern as what you call the ones originating from a created design kind of thing. It seems to me there is no way to tell the difference between them. And I'll point you to, I think we've discussed it before, Phoenix Rising, where they basically got an endogenous retroviral sequence that was inert, and they reactivated it, turning it back into the virus. Because yes, some of these have been co-opted to be beneficial. I can get papers showing that they've been co-opted, but some of them do nothing at all. Or there are retroviral elements which are devastating should a mutation return them to working order. So it seems to me like, Donnie, you don't have any way to distinguish between the three, except for, and I'm sorry to say this, what's sort of convenient for what you're saying, that the ones that do something good are not the retroviruses, they're created, and the ones that do something bad are the retroviruses. And, you know, you would understand why that wouldn't be a good solution to determine what has been created and what hasn't been created. You mentioned the P53 viral element, and I agree. If that's knocked out, it's absolute devastation, because it does do exactly what you say it does. and I'm not sure if you're saying sort of it mimics the ability of retroviruses to suppress other infections. I think I think it's described by scientists as just that is what it's doing because it is a retroviral element. And we've seen retroviruses do that before. That is what they do. In order to stop other things from infecting the host they have infected, they suppress other infections. So I don't know why we'd sort of appeal to a mimicry of the behavior when they might just be doing that behavior. And sort of you also have these other retroviral elements that, or, you know, if they are created, things like you say, that we do knockout tests and knock out the genes and they do absolutely nothing, and we know they do nothing, like Phoenix Rising, which we can turn back into a virus. But my question to you is, what is your methodology for determining the difference between viral elements and these created segments, and how do you put that into a scientific lab to determine what's what?
Excellent question, Mark. I appreciate you asking it. So you brought up a few points, and I wrote them down as quickly as I could. And so your main question is, how can we tell the difference between a created ERV, a created unit of DNA function, and a true endogenous retrovirus, something that's actually the result of, and you, Mark, you explained it well, that essentially when an exogenous retrovirus infiltrates and infects a reproductive cell, if it's passed on, that the progeny has that viral DNA in every single one of its cells. Now, how can we tell the difference between that which is created and that which might be the result of a true infection that became endogenized? I would argue it comes down to fixed versus unfixed ERVs. And so the majority of your ERVs that we discuss, such as the 205 full ERV components, as in the ERVs that are not just solo LTRs, but actually have your GAG, your POL, your ENV components, okay, your LTRs on either side, those are fixed. What that means is they are stuck in place. Every single human being has them, and all your chimpanzees have them, which is why the evolutionists would even argue we share them in the first place, right? They'd have to be fixed. Then you have what's called unfixed ERVs. What that means is only a subpopulation has them. Okay, so in humans, those HERVs, human endogenous retroviruses, there would only be a small frequency of people that have them, maybe 5%. There might be a higher frequency where, 80% or 90% of people have them, but not 100%. And so how I would determine that which is fixed versus, or that which is created versus not created, is whether or not they're fixed. So if every single human being has them and the chimpanzees share in similar genetic loci those ERVs, then I would say that those are most likely created. If they're unfixed and only occur in a low frequency, let's say within humans or chimpanzees, they are the result of a true infection. Before you respond, I do want to make a point about the Phoenix virus experiment, because that's important. And that's a good point. But the debate is not about whether or not internal endogenous retroviral elements can produce viruses, harmful viruses that can basically jump from one species to the next. Because the escapee hypothesis that we hold to, that argues retroviruses originated from within the genomes of their hosts, right? Because the question that I like to ask is, what came first, the host or the retrovirus? Because the retrovirus requires a host to replicate. And even many in the conventional literature, they would hold to what I'm saying, the escapee hypothesis, that basically your retroviruses came from within the genomes of their hosts. And then they've crossed species and have become infectious. So that's an agnostic line of evidence, because all the Phoenix virus experiment did was resurrected a dead virus from a host genome. Well, we already agree as creationists, at least I do, because I hold to the escapee hypothesis, that can happen. And so it's going to come down to your fixed versus unfixed ERVs, but also function. So I would predict that those fixed ERVs are going to have functional roles in the immune system, cell stress responses, determining cell types, gene regulation, gene expression, placental development, for example. And so that's the best way I'd answer your question, Mark. Go ahead, speak to that.
Yeah, I don't really see fixed versus unfixed as being particularly definitive on how to determine that these have some sort of function or not, because we've done knockout tests on fixed retroviral sequences and they don't do anything. The problem comes that it's sort of a post hoc kind of rationalization that you can say, hey, the fixed ones are there. I mean, we would agree that the fixed ones wouldn't be that detrimental because they have to be, but we know that if the fixed ones mutate, they can be cause genetic problems. Would you agree to that?
Good question, Mark. I don't believe it's post hoc because, well, firstly, to answer your question, yeah, there are a lot of endogenous retroviruses that can be hit with deleterious mutations, and that could lead to multiple sclerosis, for example. There's a lot of work done, right? Different, all types of diseases, right? That is essentially degeneration of a unit of DNA that wasn't originally involved in those kinds of diseases. But mutations can take a functioning, healthy DNA unit and alter it in a way where it causes disease. So I don't think that's an issue. But the nature of the fixed ERVs, it's not that every single ERV is going to have a role that is detrimental to the organism, right? So, for example, we've learned that mutations are not necessarily completely random. A lot of them are non-random because mutations oftentimes will target a spot of the genome that might not be involved in something dealing with the heart or something dealing with embryological development. Because if a mutation hits a specific section of the DNA involved with something as critical as the heart, well, the organism's going to die. And so typically those parts of the genome will be preserved, but mutations will more frequently hit regions of the genome that might involve redundant areas or even areas involving the immune system, because we have a lot of DNA elements that assist in the immune system. And so we could probably afford a few DNA elements being hit with mutations, but we still got a lot of backup code essentially. Does that make sense to you, Mark? And
yeah, it kind of, though, it seems like you are designating these retro, or what appears to be retroviral elements, or the created sequences that you're talking about, by their usefulness and functionality rather than by any kind of physical evaluation of them at all.
Well, I would argue if they're fixed, meaning every single human being has them, but they're also involved in some kind of function like tumor suppression, which involves viral mimicry. I mean, the endogenous retrovirus has to look like the virus that it is mimicking in order to perform its job. Like if an FBI agent was trying to infiltrate the mob, right? He has to look the part. He's got to look like the mob. You know, we've all seen those movies, The Departed, Goodfellas, so on and so forth. But if he showed up with his FBI badge and in his uniform, well, he's not going to get too far.
I'd go with the Terminator on that one, actually. Yeah. Like, you're a robot. You're here to kill everybody. You wrap yourself in the flesh so that none of the detectors can find you.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that a robot like Terminator has to look the part, so it's not, you know, caught in its disguise. So a lot of these ERVs, they function in fighting off viral infections. They function in the immune system, and they do so by looking like the enemy, by looking like that which they fight. And so, yeah, if these are fixed, all 205, let's say, that all humans have, and they share with the chimpanzee, I would argue that those are the created units of DNA function. But there are many ERVs that occur at a low frequency. They're unfixed, meaning not every single person has them. And so that would tell me, okay, they're probably damaging somehow. They're most likely disease causing, right? Maybe they result in the multiple sclerosis or types of autoimmune diseases. They're probably not functional, especially in something like embryological development. And that's partly why they're unfixed, because they were the result of an exogenous retroviral infection in the past. It became endogenized, but it only spread through a small part of the population. And we do have examples of that in humans. Does that make sense, Mark?
Not really. I just don't know why, when creating a sort of a sequence in order to help us with something, that you would basically make it exactly like a retroviral sequence, including the LTRs, and then make some of them functional and then some of them non-functional, and sort of not activate them at all. That doesn't seem that the more parsimonious explanation does to be that they're simply the ancient remains of viruses, some of which have been co-opted, as we know that any part of the genome can mutate and have these become beneficial, especially in disease prevention, because of the way that retroviruses behave, even retroviruses like AIDS that are currently basically preventing infection because they want the host, and have been a result of common ancestry. I don't see why something would design it in such a way that there is so much, as through knockout tests, so much neutral area, and that the ones that do something useful for all intents and purposes seem to be the ancient remnants of those retroviruses with exactly the same structure, exactly the same marks left by their integration, and sort of say, well, that seems like the most probable explanation. To me, it seems like a very far-fetched explanation.
I appreciate those points. I would argue that the most parsimonious explanation is the created units of DNA function model, precisely because I've not seen a convincing response. And I've got a specific paper in front of me. Amy could either screen share or not a big deal, but in case people wanted to see it. And it's a paper from 2021. It's called Switching Sides, How Endogenous Retroviruses Protect Us from Viral Infection. It goes into, the paper is a fascinating read. It goes into each component, the ENV, the GAG, the POL. Okay, it goes into the details on how each component of the ERV is actually necessary and required for the ERV's function in fighting off infections. And so I see it as front-loaded antiviral programs. And that screams of good design. I mean, our computers would crash after a long time without any kind of antiviral protection built in or added in as well. But these functional roles, one specifically being the role in embryological development. There's several papers that essentially point out, if we didn't have these endogenous retroviruses in our systems, mammals wouldn't exist, as in we literally require them to exist. And so my challenge to the evolutionist is, show me where an exogenous retrovirus has infected, like HIV, that's an exogenous retrovirus. Where have they ever infected in the right way, which is in the reproductive cells, has been passed on, and then through mutations over time, basically the harmful parts of the endogenous retrovirus are destroyed. And then through either co-option or beneficial mutation accumulation, that ERV evolves something that is necessary for placental or embryological development. You know, my challenge is to the evolutionist is to show us how that's possible, how that's happened in the past, and if we've observed it today, either in nature or the lab. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this switching sides, it absolutely disagrees with you and says that they were co-opted retroviruses, and they've outlined all of the viral infection and simulation that they've done to show that they were retroviruses. So this paper that you've said, and I've actually got it in my list of papers to support the endogenous retroviral evolution model, because it 100% supports it. You know, so the sort of they've been identified as pre-existing viral matter. So this paper doesn't doesn't help your case because they've explained how it has been co-opted. So yeah, this whole idea that they have been included somehow, I don't know how this paper helps you. So what was the other thing you asked? You asked for where a retroviral element has infected humans and what? Sorry, I do apologize. I was kind of lost in the paper.
No, that's okay. I'll reiterate it and then I'll respond to your point thereafter when you're done with your arguments. Essentially, I pointed out how without endogenous retroviruses, the placenta being critical to pregnancy and embryological development. Right. Have we seen that kind of?
So it's not critical to pregnancy. It's not because we've got animals that are very similar to mammals, yet they give birth without sort of a placenta. So we've got the marsupials that do not have that retroviral element in it, that do use a pouch system and an embryonic sac to instead they don't have a placenta. And that's kangaroos and koalas and very similar animals to the ones we have today. We have the monotremes, which don't even have a sac, and they're further on. They don't have the retroviral elements that produce live young. They have a shell system still, because that did not split off. So when you say it's necessary for pregnancy, in mammals, yes, because we all have split off with that retroviral element, but there are other animals without that retroviral element. And they're very similar to mammals, but they split off just before that developed. So I can show that that's completely incorrect. We do not need that retrovirus to become pregnant, only to become pregnant as placental mammals, and that's all.
Okay, I appreciate those points. Those are good points for me to address. And so I'll do them in turn. So first, you pointed out how the paper claims that these functional roles involved in the immune system were co-opted, but they don't actually provide any evidence for this co-option. They don't show us how or when or where a pre-existing endogenous retrovirus gained a novel function in the immune system, or determining cell types, or in tumor suppression with their role in viral mimicry. They're basically just asserting it without evidence. So assertions without evidence isn't a real good line of argumentation. So you need to see or provide evidence for these novel functions coming about. But I find it funny because the evolutionists oftentimes ask, well, why do the ERVs look like retroviruses? Why are they built the same way? Why do they have the LTRs, the GAG, the POL, the ENV? And it's like, we point out as informed creationists, well, they require their sequence similarity to retroviruses to literally carry out their various functional roles. But it's not good enough. And it makes me wonder if the evolutionist really is looking for an answer, because that is an answer. They require those similarities in order to basically do their job. And so the next point you made was, and I do mean this in the nicest way possible, but I feel like you completely dodged it, Mark, because again, you didn't show us anywhere or provide any technical paper that has actually demonstrated an exogenous retrovirus infecting in the reproductive cell lines, whether egg or sperm, being passed on, mutations then wipe away over time, because this is in theory how it's supposed to take place. Mutations wipe away the harmful aspects of the endogenous retrovirus, and then eventually through co-option or beneficial mutation accumulation, it evolves the ability to function in embryological development. I don't want evolutionary philosophy. I want to actually see in real time, empirically, how this is possible. You pointed to different modes of reproduction. Animals without a placenta, some mammals with a placenta. Okay, that's not telling us how the endogenous retroviruses evolve the ability to function in the placenta. Yeah, we have a variety of designs in the biological world. I mean, just look at engines and modes of transportation. You've got a diesel, you can get an electric car, you can get a regular engine, you can get a hybrid. Okay, yeah, there's a diversity in engines, but just saying that, well, a diesel engine exists, and so that means, you know, an electric car or a hybrid car, it's possible to not have a diesel or something like that. No, you're not telling us how the placental development came about. Yes, we see variation in the biological world. It's not really a surprise, but I want to see how an endogenous retroviral element can actually go from something that's non-functioning to something functioning in embryological development. And that is my challenge. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to share my screen. I put the articles in here. So the problem here is that it's not claiming anything. That's its conclusion. So I think sort of saying, well, it claims this is a bit misleading, to be honest with you, because it's the conclusions of the paper that you're citing, Donnie. So, you know, if your paper doesn't come to the conclusions that you want, change what paper you're referencing. This is a paper that is in their citations, I might add, so you probably should have backtracked the citations, that the HIV-1 infection leads to increased transcription of human endogenous retrovirus, HERVK, proviruses in vivo, but not to increase viron production. So it was not replicating, yet it protected against proviruses. There's another one that I have that they also referenced. So this is the reference they provided because they're not just sort of saying this out of the blue, but in that paper, they will make citations to the papers that they're building off. And that's what you've got to go see, because they will cite these papers saying, hey, we know that they are co-opted from these papers, and that is what's providing us the thing. I've shared the other one. Anyway, this is a TRIM28 mediates primer binding site-targeted silencing of marine leukemia virus in embryonic cells. So that's one affecting, as you asked for,
Can you
straight
share
from
your
the
screen,
embryo.
Mark?
I thought I was. Sorry, I may not have been.
No worries.
Yeah,
I think Amy or James from your
It
end.
never
might have-
came up on me.
yeah. I put them in the chat as well.
Okay.
So if you do need a reference,
yeah,
they're
I
in the
see 'em.
chat as well.
Okay, I pulled them up. Keep going, Mark. Apologies.
Yeah. So when you're looking for like we've got to know the exact mechanisms, exactly how this occurred in placental development, we might not be able to show that. I mean, we can show the endogenous retrovirus that's led up to placental development, and you know we've got tons of papers on them that you know, it was a retroviral element that was co-opted in order to provide this thing. But you're sort of saying, hey, I want to see the virus before it was co-opted. And I'm not sure we can show you that. Too much water under the bridge. It's been changed way too much. It's been mutated way too much. So I think that's an unrealistic expectation. But what we can show is that these viral elements do infect things and they do get co-opted. So there's no reason to think that it was the creation of some design. Instead, it is what it appears to be, which is the co-option of a retroviral element that has been inserted at the germline.
I appreciate those responses and papers, Mark. I do hear a lot of background noise or echo coming. James, I wonder if it's from you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, everyone else is muted, yeah.
Amy, if you could, or James, share my screen as well, because I did pull up those papers that Mark has cited. And so I see that, Mark, as an admittance, and I appreciate it. An admittance into the fact that, yes, these co-option events, the evolution of these novel functions, by the way, that the conventional literature admits, if we didn't have these elements with these functions, we literally wouldn't exist. And so when an evolutionist asks an intelligent design proponent, why do we share these elements with the chimpanzee? I feel like they're not necessarily steel manning the position or understanding the design hypothesis. Because if we have DNA elements that are literally necessary for biological life to exist and function in the first place, that's like asking, why do GMs and Chryslers share engines? I mean, you can get rid of a lot of parts on a car and the car is still going to function and run. But the second you get rid of the engine, chances are that car is not going to go too far. So many ERVs function in cell processes that if they're hit with a mutation, it's not necessarily going to kill the organism. There's a lot of backup code, a lot of backup genetic elements. But an element like some of these ERVs that function in the placenta, yeah, that's necessary in order for life to survive or exist in the first place. And so I've got a whole presentation on that paper, the original paper here that we're talking about, switching sides. And as you can see here, they go into how the LTRs act as enhancers and increase antiviral gene expression. They go into the functions of the ENV proteins and how they're associated with these immune system related functions. The GAG proteins as well, right here, besides ENV, endogenous retrovirus GAG proteins can also restrict retroviral replication. And so everything about the ERV is necessary, is my point. And so it's no surprise that they look like the retroviruses that they're protecting us against. So here's the papers from Mark. And I'm just looking over them.
So,
Mark.
if you don't mind, Donnie, you can actually take as long as you want to finish up your point. But then after you have a point and Mark does, I'm actually going to hand it back over to you, Donnie, for your for everyone's outros. But you sounded like you were just finishing up a point. Take all the time you need.
I appreciate that, Amy. You're a great host, and you're a very fair moderator. So that is much appreciated. And Mark is always an excellent interlocutor. Seriously, when Mark joins the open mics, I think to myself, here we go. This is going to be a good show, because that's the whole reason why we do these discussions, is so we can have some interesting back and forth. Exactly. And that goes for passionate back and forth. So I'm going to read these papers, of course, on my own. But I would just appreciate if Mark showed me where in these papers we are seeing empirical or real-time evidence, or even a direct answer to my challenge. You know, like here it says
your challenge was specifically about placental.
Sorry, these papers showing how the immune system roles came about?
No, you said that like you wanted evidence for placental, the retrovirus that sort of allowed us to have placental development.
Well, you can go down the line. ERVs function in determining cell types. They function in cell stress responses. Gene expression, that's basically the process by which a gene gets turned on in a cell to make RNA and proteins. And guess what? ERVs are involved in that. Gene regulation, the regulation of the process known as gene expression. So any of these functional roles, you know, show me how any endogenous retrovirus evolved this functional role. And if an evolutionist can't show me that, it's evolutionary philosophy. It's not actually science. It's just an assertion and a claim. And these papers can conclude all sorts of things. But if those conclusions are not backed by empirical scientific data, then it's a conclusion not based on science. It's mostly based on story.
Well, science is inference, and that's what we can infer from having these retroviral elements co-opted. So there's no reason to think they were created if they can be co-opted. And sort of the whole idea of
where does it show them being co-opted?
Hold on a sec, Donnie. The whole idea of we wouldn't exist, which is what you said, we would exist, we just wouldn't give birth by placental means. We would probably give birth by, monotremes, like we would lay eggs, or we would have a sac, an embryonic sac like kangaroos. The whole idea that you're sort of saying, hey, but we wouldn't exist. Yeah, not exactly as we are now, but that's sort of, there's no counterfactual to that. Because we did evolve this ability, you can't say, well, we wouldn't exist, because we would. Because there are animals that do exist and give birth. And you said it again, that they're required for pregnancy. No, they're not required for pregnancy. And the fact that there are animals without these ERV sequences that do give birth, whether through embryonic sac or egg, shows that it is not essential for life, as you sort of. So you said directly, in order for life to survive, and that is not true, because there are. I'm not sure what you're typing out. Do you want to maybe? in order for life to survive. No, there's life forms without these ERV sequences as you go further and further back. And this is the nested hierarchy that we're talking about. The further away from us on the evolutionary tree you get, the less ERV sequences are shared between life forms. So you're saying it's essential to survive, but other things survive without them. We just may be more optimal because we have evolved and these mutations have actually been beneficial. Again, you've quoted the paper Switching Sides. The entire point of switching sides is that once damaging and detrimental viruses can be co-opted to be beneficial, and that's exactly what they've pointed out. I've given examples where viruses are co-opted by mutation to be beneficial to their host, and those are the citations they use to show that it can happen. And as a product of inference, they have made this inference quite tentatively. I think that they're not exactly sort of saying, hey, we've figured it all out. But they've certainly said, hey, there is no reason to think these were created when they look like endogenous retroviruses, they act like endogenous retroviruses, but they have been co-opted, like we have seen time and time again, to be beneficial for the organism. Again, you mentioned that it's necessary. No, they're not necessary. Other life forms exist without these viruses. The whole thing, what it seems to me, is you're sort of saying, well, if it's beneficial, it was created. And there's no reason to think that whatsoever. So as you go further and further back, you've got to explain how, if it is so necessary, how life forms actually exist without these ERVs.
And Donnie is going to be able to answer because he is going to get his outro. We all are going to get our outros. He was just the latest to join us, which means he's the first to go, and we're going in the opposite order we came in. We have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true, and we are going to our outros. Woohoo! With that, we're going to hand it off to Donnie. Thank you so much, SFT, for joining us tonight on Skeptic and Ranting. But we have very specifically have been talking about why evolution is not true. Dun, dun, dun. I want to thank you. What do you have got going on in the interwebs? And what are your final thoughts on the subject as a whole?
Appreciate it, Amy. This has been a lot of fun, and we definitely need to do more of this. I love discussing this topic, and I especially love discussing this topic with informed interlocutors. Makes it a lot more fun and engaging. And so my last points, based on what Mark said, to me, it's like saying, well, an electric car requires an electric engine to run properly. But it doesn't really require an electric engine to run properly because we've got cars that run on a diesel engine or a regular engine or hybrid or whatever. Well, what we see in the biological world are some creatures that reproduce or exist with a placenta and some that don't. So you can't point to the ones that don't, and therefore, well, the placenta, in these mammals must have evolved. That's just an assertion. That's just evolutionary philosophy. We need supportive evidence for that, and that is still my challenge. That I feel like after years and years of engaging the topic of ERVs, we've yet to see this co-option that is often claimed. We've yet to see these pre-existing endogenous retroviruses going from non-functional to something functional in embryological development, functioning in the immune system, cell stress responses. Again, we talked about their role in tumor suppression. Literally, they could not carry out that role if they did not look like the enemy, if they did not have those sequence similarities to exogenous retroviruses. But this all comes down to, or back to, and here's the last thing I'll say, the bigger question, which is what came first, the retrovirus or the host? Because retroviruses require a host to replicate. And so with the Phoenix virus experiment that Mark talked about, it's agnostic, because I already agree that viruses can come from host genomes and can originate from pre-existing ERVs. And so if the escapee hypothesis is true, then we expect all of this data. So I appreciate. Actually, last thing I'll say: nested hierarchies. Yes, if these are created units of DNA function, Mark pointed to nested hierarchies, then yes, it's no surprise that we would share more with the chimpanzee than we do with an orangutan or a dog or a fish, because we already share more in terms of morphology and anatomy and physiology with a chimpanzee than we do with something like a dog. And that's why it's all going to come back to that important question: are these really the ancient remnants of past viral infections, or are they created units of DNA function? How can we answer the question of what is created and what's not? I point back to fixed versus unfixed ERVs. And this was a lot of fun. Amy, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Donnie. This was a lot of fun. Go check out SFT's channel. He does a lot of fantastic debates between theists and atheists. And keep on coming on. And we're going to go right down the list. I will also say before I get to Ember, also just, that's right, Beamsy. Glad to see that. We are, like I said, we like to talk etymology. We like to talk about epistemology. And sometimes we just like to talk about that ass. But we're going down to Ember. It's the type of high-level conversation. Ember!
Very sophisticated show.
Very sophisticated.
entertainment.
Where you like to sip wine. We have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is not true. Dun, dun, dun. I hope you had a lot of fun. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Alrighty. Well, I'm usually over at my channel, Better Than Ember. But I do pop around. You know, I was on Doc Dino's after show, obviously over here. And this weekend, last I heard anyway, things get a little changey with MDD. But Mark and I are slated to do a 2v2 on Saturday. So that should be really cool. Final thoughts. My goodness, there was a lot of really rarefied data floating around today. It was really something. Personally, I can't say that I'm really convinced by the design argument, because when you boil it all down, it comes down to a argument from incredulity. We can't prove it's not the result of a creator or intelligent designer, but we haven't seen any evidence of things like ERVs or exogenous retroviruses being created. You know what I mean? It comes down to the same chicken and egg problem with everything else. There is no evidence of anything poofing into existence. As far as the actual chicken and egg problem of whether the viruses evolve first or the host evolves first, what have you, that's answered by everything else we see in the natural world. The viruses, like any other kind of parasite, evolve along with their hosts. They mutate, we mutate, and the ones that mutate that can continue to infect us are the ones that get selected. The same thing with the ERVs. If a species encounters a lasting infection, if it provides a survival advantage, then that gets passed on. If it does not, then it's selected against. It's not random chance. Natural selection favors an advantage. That's all it cares about. There's no randomness to it whatsoever. But I think ultimately, at the end of the day, the real winner of this entire discussion is Mark's hat.
I warned him I had.
I agree. Thank you so very much, Ember, for coming on and having great conversation. You should all check out Better Than Ember out there on the YouTubes. And lovely having you.
Thank you.
My chair keeps on getting co-opted by cats and dogs. I also have
I appreciate
big
that.
puppers. That was like I need to spend time right now.
Hello, Cooper.
Exactly.
Besieged by mammals.
But with that, we're gonna
Including
keep on.
those who do give milk, by the way. They do make milk.
James, did you
They've got
know
nipples.
that?
You can
I was gonna say, Rachel always looks at me and quotes that. She's like, "Did you know milk anything with nipples?" I'm like, "Thank you." And all right, we're going down. Once again,
It's my favorite
this is
activity.
the type
Does
of
Rachel hook up the pumps to
hard-hitting
you to see if she
theological
can get anything
debates.
out of it?
Once again, those are called Tuesdays.
Just keep trying. Just keep trying. You'll maybe eventually you'll get some milk out of it.
Right next to Taco Tuesday, it's Milk Day. Mark, we have been skeptic and ranting on why evolution is
Aye, aye, Captain.
not true. Dun dun dun. Oh my!
That's probably a terrible salute. I do apologize to Beamsy and all concerned. Yeah, so I always find the sort of engine analysis really weird and strange, because there's no fixed anything in engines. Like, you can't fix anything because there is no propagation of those genes, because engines don't have genes. It is a weird argument, because when you're talking about mutations, you're talking about endogenization of retroviruses. There is no mechanism for passing DNA, because there is no DNA. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand it. I really don't. You cannot make an analogy between electric engines and human DNA. It's just not possible. I don't understand it. Nested hierarchy, yeah, and we see, like, not only do we see these things with benefits, we see also the same remnants of retroviral elements that do nothing whatsoever. So I think in order to even approach that they were created, you've got to explain why they were created to do absolutely nothing. And sort of, we could do knockout tests and they have no functionality. So you've got to explain that somehow. I think that Ember was absolutely right. It's an argument from incredulity. I don't see how evolution could work. So we've got to come up with these ideas of, well, even though we see retroviral elements doing this, we see them inserting like this, we see them making the same patterns, we see them providing immune benefits like the HIV virus versus HMLT2, I think it is, or one of the HERVK viral elements. It provides sort of a resistance to it. That has to be a created element rather than everything we see in front of me. I think that has no reasonable evidence for it, whereas the other one, we have a ton of evidence suggesting it's the case from all of the things that I've been through. So sort of asking for this specific case of placental development when saying, hey, life wouldn't be possible without this placental. No, it definitely would be possible. It's just humans wouldn't be here. But that's sort of taking assuming the consequent kind of thing, or sort of, sort of saying, hey, if humans didn't have this thing, then we wouldn't be here, therefore it was created. No, that none of the evidence points that way. So I mean, Donnie can bring up studies. They do disagree with him. I agree with the authors of the studies that they have been co-opted. We've seen co-option happen. If you do check the citations of that paper and, check it out, yes, that's exactly what they're saying. So I'm going to go with the people who wrote the paper rather than, unfortunately, some people have a religious interest in it not being true. And that's unfortunate because they don't have a lot of evidence for that apart from their incredulity that it could happen naturally. And that isn't an argument. Thank you. Aye,
aye, Captain.
Permission to come aboard.
I was just thinking of something, and Beamsy's already out there.
Ahoy.
Which I will say, Mark, as a NASA
I am an
employee,
able
you
seaman.
are allowed to do this.
Hey, this is just my support of the community. Love you all. Hang in there. And, just so much love going out to you. I 100% support the LGBTQI community. Much love to everybody.
Woo-hoo, thank you so very much, Mark.
Is not an able seaman. She is a seaman guzzler.
Wow. I
Once
believe it.
again, I just like to think that I'm just going out there to. Man, I can't. I don't. I'm trying to
You're doing
think
the
of.
Lord's work, Amy.
I'm doing the Lord's work. I try to make the seamen stand tall. I don't even know. Nonetheless, it is
And
5 a.m. You can feel the gears. We're going to hand it over to our
came back.
open mic headliner because there's only the people driving the plane after this.
There can only be one, Amy.
There can
There
only be
only
one.
one.
No, my favorite thing still is that we have had someone tell us that they have a sexual relationship with God, and we've now had someone tell us they've had a sexual relationship with Satan. I feel like we need to get these two people together and just, maybe we can end the war, James. This is how you end the forever
God
war
and Satan.
between God and Satan.
Have
Is
sex.
like a really nice night with wine and cheese. Nonetheless, see science, we have been skeptic and ranting with why evolution is dun not true. That's right. I hope you had a good time. What you got going on out there, and what are your final thoughts?
I have had a good time, and I want to thank you for having me on, Amy and James. It was great getting to talk to Mark about some things. And he brought up quite a few points. He galloped a bit. It's true. He brought up 9 points in about 5 minutes. I only got to really talk about one. But since this is why evolution is not true, we'll start with the barriers for evolution, which was mutation. The nature of mutation is that mutation is a destructive biological force. It's proven to be what has caused every disorder that we know about and every form of cancer is because of mutation. It's not a creative force, and it doesn't have what it takes to create the many new forms or the many forms of life that we know now. Another thing that Mark brought up was a straw man of the argument that young Earth creationists bring up a lot of times is that they believe the animals change into other animals over time. He's trying to claim that young Earth creationists are claiming that cows change directly into an antelope, and we want to see evidence of that. That's not what we're asking for. All we're asking for is some evidence that speciation in the animal kingdom even happens, like an offspring that can no longer interbreed with its host species somewhere down the line. Just getting an example of that. So he's really misrepresenting the unearthed creationist argument because they even go as far as to ask, like, just show us bacteria that has speciated or even turned into a multicellular organism, but even into anything else other than the bacteria that it is. So it seems like evidence for speciation or the common ancestry of all life is lacking at best. There's a lot of barriers against it. He brought up ERVs. We showed that ERVs have reasons for preference sites. Okay, there's reasons that they're found within multiple species in the same places. That'd be because of the nature of viral infection. It only infects where it can, and that's where it matches the genome of the host that it's infecting. So there is a reason for these preference sites. If he really believes that it wasn't front-loaded from the beginning, because ERVs seem to be pretty functional. If he believes that they were viruses that infected the genome sometime in the distant past, I asked him, why are mice and humans sharing ERVs that chimps and humans do not? And he had no answer to that question. And he had no answer to why there's so few ERVs between chimpanzees and humans. He tried saying it's because they has to infect the gamete. Well, any mutation that's passed on to the next generation is something that affects the gamete. It has to. So that's basics of bio. That's the basics of biology there. So I mean, everyone understands that. The fact is, there's only a handful of like ERVs between chimps and humans. So why are there tens of thousands of ERVs that do not match between chimps and humans? Could the ERVs be because of a different reason, like the reason that there are like ERVs between humans and chimpanzees or humans and mice? Could it be because we share the same environment and the same viruses, and the viruses have preference sites that they adhere to when they infect the genome of the host? I think that could be why. I think it's a really good reason why. And I think there's plenty of reasons to question evolution and to not believe in evolution. One of them, again, being mainly that mutation is a destructive force. So I'm going to close with that. And also, wait, not yet. Also the fact that his beneficial mutations are so few and far between, even if they happen to benefit the creature, he has to imagine billions of beneficial, almost directed seeming mutations, okay? Perfectly inserted to believe that all forms are a product of mutation. That is a huge leap in logic, and I'm not willing to accept it. If he's looking for confirmation that it's believable, he's not going to get it from me. That's what I'm going to close on.
Woo-hoo, thank you so very much, C Science.
Thank you, Doorknob Head, for your comment, too.
And sending love. And before I about to hand it off to the co-pilot that's going to help us land this plane, but I do want to send love. I saw Donnie saying he's logging off, and we're sending that love as James and myself are going to be heading over to his channel, Standing for Truth, as we have our 2v1. I'm looking forward to that, James, just because unlike what I imagine as a normal 2v1, we already have our like kind of chemistry that, you know, but maybe but maybe that's what he's saying, you know. Expect the unexpected.
Both of the atheists, and
both of them.
With one whale dick tied behind my back.
James, do you know how big a whale's... And with that, we have been Skeptic and Ranting.
Dr. Holen did a scientific paper on that. I'll refer you to the Journal of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. That's
what his thesis was, right?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kent Holen. Yeah. It's a very scholarly work, Amy. It's scholarly.
Oh, it is. And it's hands-on. That's what I like about it the most.
But, yeah. Well, thanks, everybody, for staying with us this long. We got 18 people watching. You guys are amazing. We love you guys. And good conversation, good debate between C Science, Mark, Ember, Donnie. It was a lot of fun. Good conversation. That these are the kind of shows that we love. And we'll be back over the weekend. Stay tuned for more. We love you guys.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much, James. That's right. You should all be checking out. There's many fantastic channels, like we were just shouting out. We will be on Donnie's channel, but you should also see Science. You still doing uploads on the old YouTube?
Oh yeah, from time to time. Yeah.
I got a question for C Science. Why is your uploads just the same like clip with nothing to it? Like there's no actual content in it. What's that all about?
Oh. You can see my uploads because you blocked me. I didn't think you could see me, man. The last couple were about you. If you want to know the truth,
ages ago I noticed that it's just like non-content kind of thing. Are you just like doing minutes or something?
Marky, do you mind if I make a video about our little talk today?
Well, this is like a question. Like, what's that all about?
Well, I didn't hear it. What would you say?
Well, all of your videos, when I looked at it, were like just the same clips with nothing in them, exactly the same length with just some music and like clips, and didn't have any actual content in them. Like, what's that all about?
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean. What are you talking about?
Oh, that sounded sincere. Sure.
Do my clips not work when you click them? Maybe you should unblock my channel, man. If you unblock my channel, maybe my clips will work.
Yeah, maybe you should unblock them. No, go ahead.
The last clip I uploaded you was hilarious.
You sounded really sincere, like you didn't know what I was talking about. That was good acting right there. That was really good.
All right, but with
Oscar
that,
to C Science.
C Science says
very cheapy, mate.
Go check out Standing for Truth
Oh,
Better Than
embarrassing.
Ever. Was doing streams either today or yesterday. I was just seeing you doing some amazing stuff. Mark Reid, Atheism. You should be checking him out. Dr. Dino was doing a stream with Dr. Dino.
Which one is the real
Yeah.
Dr. Dino? Will
The-
real
Dun,
Dr.
dun,
Yep.
dun. That's
The
James. You
Dino
have to,
debate.
that's right. You have to throw a knife in, and only one comes out. Anyway, we do the shilling. It has come time for the shilling. Here we go. If
The
you'd like to be,
shillinating.
that's right. If you'd like to be produced by someone who's related to someone who owns space lasers, then there you go. At Fiverr, I can help produce you and get your podcast started. We have many fantastic ways to help support the show, but I should actually say, thank you, Misfits, for joining us on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Why evolution is not true. Dun, dun, dun. Well, that's right. We watched a video from the channel Tomorrow's World, which sounds like a post-apocalyptic game, called Why Evolution is Not True. 4 major flaws exposed, which ended up being
Indecent
the same
exposure.
creatures. Yes, also indecent exposure. For a good time worth monkeying around. However, I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with Vanna White. No, along with our guests, Sea Science. Ding, ding. Yes, I hear the ding. No, I told the therapist I don't have yet that the ding, it can't really be real. It can't be physical. It has to be some sort of abstract. I'm just kidding. Go check
Strange
out.
ringing in my ears.
Exactly. No. Go check out Peter on Gonna Go For It and Aaron Ra, Atheist Jr., and on Randolph Richardson's stream with Taco. I need to talk with Taco. I want to have a show on politics. Not for anything probably productive. And
Are you sure you want to go back to politics? You remember the last debate on politics?
My
That was
God.
a disaster. Not your fault, of course. You did.
No, I know.
You were beautiful as always, but that guy was a disaster.
It's okay.
You know what? I just want to also add. I challenged Praise for a debate on evolution on your channel, and he never got it. Just silence.
Really?
Just silence. Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
Bad Mama, where are you? You should be debating for. I mean,
I'll debate Big Bad Mama.
Praise,
I'll take them on. Take them on.
That's right. Come on. I don't know. I forget what his version of, not Trinitarian. There's like some debate that Praise is always trying to take in that the Christians are having. But it's always so abstract that the Muslims and Jews, it's like whether you're going to be accepted into heaven, and the Calvinists, all that fun stuff. How about Cisa, our guest, our lovely guest, Sea Science, Mark, woo, Amber, woo,
Yay.
and Donnie, woo. Thank you, Sea Science, Mark, Amber, and Donnie, as well as the people in chat. What's up, chat? Our awesome mods who make this stream so great, including our lovely admin. He knows who he is. And lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. That really symbol was about like a second too late. That's okay. If you enjoyed the show, please like, because it goes into the algorithms and all that stuff. The YouTube gods, the only gods that exist. Thank you, TOS. Thank you. They're actually not that bad. It's the people who spread conspiracy theories and misinformation. I was trying to tell you that panties are trying to eat all of the dogs. Okay, whatever. They're gonna turn the frogs gay. And follow on twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. Subscribe if you are on YouTube's. Oh my, what's up? We're doing it live. Hi, YouTube. And then hit that bell icon so you can join our live streams or see our premieres. But hi, chat. Or hey, and I'm not going to make, we're going to be good to this person I used to make fun of because they're trying to get better. Or hey, leave a comment once the video's done. It's almost hard not to do extra flair. You can also leave super thanks, which is like a super chat. In fact, thank you to all the people who did give us super chats. After the show, we'll be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. In fact, you can get our evolving badge system. They say evolution doesn't exist, but our badge system evolves.
Says otherwise.
Sir, this conversation is being recorded.
What? And though the best way as well to help us make even more fantastic content and unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon and becoming a supporter. Who doesn't like hearing me clickety-clack? At patreon.com.
They love it. They love every minute of it.
Themes. It is who doesn't love a mechanical keyboard? Everyone. Oh my goodness. A $2 super chat at the very end from Doorknob Head.
Doorknob Head.
Thanks, Doorknob.
Hey, I solved my mechanical keyboard issues. When's the last time you heard my clickety clack?
Did you?
Yeah.
Woo! Sending so much love.
I'll share the secret. I'll share the captain's secret.
Okay. Or do you mean after stream?
After stream.
Oh, okay. Understandable.
But do like, subscribe, share, click the bell, and get more Amy Newman goodness at all hours of the day when you least expect it.
That's right.
Often when you least expect it.
Right.
Often.
But it's a good way to get more experience before you hit your next Pokemon gym.
Sure.
Sending so much love, Doorknob Head. So much love to everybody in chat. I think that is all of the shilling. There can't be any more possible. No, that is it. We will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Go check out Ember and Mark. And we love you all. Good night, everyone.
Night, everybody.